Take a look at Maps 1 and 2. Map 1 was made in 1154 CE by the Arab geographer Al-Idrisi. The section reproduced here is a detail of the Indian subcontinent from his larger map of the world. Map 2 was made in the 1720s by a French cartographer. The two maps are quite different even though they are of the same area. In Al-Idrisi's map, South India is where we would expect to find North India, and Sri Lanka is the island at the top. Place names are marked in Arabic, cartographer a person who makes maps, and there are some well-known names like Kannauj in Uttar Pradesh, spelt in the map as Kannauj. Map 2 was made nearly 600 years after Map 1. During this period, information about the subcontinent had changed considerably. This map seems more familiar to us, and the coastal areas in particular are surprisingly detailed. This map was used by European sailors and merchants on their voyages. Look at the areas in the interior of the subcontinent on Map 2. Are they as detailed as those on the coast? Follow the course of the river Ganga and see how it is shown. Why do you think there is a difference in the level of detail and accuracy between the coastal and inland areas in this map? Equally important is the fact that the science of cartography differed in the two periods. When historians read documents, maps, and texts from the past, they have to be sensitive to the different historical backgrounds, the contexts in which information about the past was produced.
Map 1 Summary. The image is a section of a world map created by Al-Idrisi in the 12th century, focusing on the Indian subcontinent from land to sea. The map shows place names marked in Arabic. South India is depicted where North India would typically be found, and Sri Lanka is located at the top. The map differs significantly from later maps of the same region. Map 2 Summary. The image shows a map of the subcontinent from the early 18th century Atlas Nouveau of Guillaume de L'Isle. Information about the subcontinent is considerably different compared to previous maps. This map appears more familiar, with surprisingly detailed coastal areas. This map was used by European sailors and merchants during their voyages. The interior areas of the subcontinent are not as detailed as the coastal regions. The course of the river Ganga is depicted. There is a difference in the level of detail and accuracy between the coastal and inland areas.
New and old terminologies. If the context in which information is produced changes with time, what about language and meanings? Historical records exist in a variety of languages which have changed considerably over the years. Medieval Persian, for example, is different from modern Persian. The difference is not just with regard to grammar and vocabulary. The meanings of words also change over time. Take the term Hindustan, for example. Today we understand it as India, the modern nation-state. When the term was used in the 13th century by Minhaj-i-Suraj, a chronicler who wrote in Persian, he meant the areas of Punjab, Haryana, and the lands between the Ganga and Yamuna. He used the term in a political sense for lands that were a part of the dominions of the Delhi Sultan. The areas included in this term shifted with the extent of the Sultanate, but the term never included South India. By contrast, in the early 16th century, Babur used Hindustan to describe the geography, the fauna, and the culture of the inhabitants of the subcontinent. As we will see later in the chapter, this was somewhat similar to the way the 14th century poet Amir Khusrau used the word Hind. While the idea of a geographical and cultural entity like India did exist, the term Hindustan did not carry the political and national meanings which we associate with it today. Historians today have to be careful about the terms they use because they meant different things in the past. Take, for example, a simple term like foreigner. It is used today to mean someone who is not an Indian. Can you think of any other words whose meanings change in different contexts? In the medieval period, a foreigner was any stranger who appeared, say, in a given village, someone who was not a part of that society or culture. In Hindi, the term Pardesi might be used to describe such a person, and in Persian, ajnabi. A city dweller, therefore, might have regarded a forest dweller as a foreigner, but two peasants living in the same village were not foreigners to each other, even though they may have had different religious or caste backgrounds. Historians and their sources. Historians use different types of sources to learn about the past, depending upon the period of their study and the nature of their investigation. Last year, for example, you read about rulers of the Gupta dynasty and Harshavardhana. In this book, we will read about the following 1,000 years, from roughly 700 to 1750. You will notice some continuity in the sources used by historians for the study of this period. They still rely on coins, inscriptions, architecture, and textual records for information. But there is also considerable discontinuity. The number and variety of textual records increased dramatically during this period. They slowly displaced other types of available information. Through this period, paper gradually became cheaper and more. The value of paper. Compare the following. 1. In the middle of the 13th century, a scholar wanted to copy a book, but he did not have enough paper. So he washed the writing off a manuscript he did not want, dried the paper, and used it. 2. A century later, if you bought some food in the market, you could be lucky and have the shopkeeper wrap it for you in some paper. When was paper more expensive and easily available? In the 13th or the 14th century? Widely available. People used it to write holy texts, chronicles of rulers, letters and teachings of saints, petitions and judicial records, and for registers of accounts and taxes. Manuscripts were collected by wealthy people, rulers, monasteries, and temples. They were placed in libraries and archives. These manuscripts and documents provide a lot of detailed information to historians, but they are also difficult to use. There was no printing press in those days, so scribes copied manuscripts by hand. If you have ever copied a friend's homework, you would know that this is not a simple exercise. Sometimes you cannot read your friend's handwriting and are forced to guess what is written. As a result, there are small but significant differences in your copy of your friend's work. Manuscript copying is somewhat similar. As scribes copied manuscripts, they also introduced small changes, a word here, a sentence there. These small differences grew over centuries of copying until manuscripts of the same text became substantially different from one another. This is a serious problem because we rarely find the original manuscript of the author today. We are totally dependent upon the copies made by later scribes. As a result, historians have to read different manuscript versions of the same text to guess what the author had originally written. On occasion, authors revise their chronicles at different times. The 14th century chronicler Ziyad Barani wrote his chronicle first in 1356 and another version 2 years later. The two differ from each other, but historians did not know about the existence of the first version until the 1960s. It remained lost in large library collections.
Image summary. The image shows an example of dense and difficult handwriting. This suggests that different handwriting styles can make reading Persian and Arabic challenging. Some styles are more cursive and relatively easier to read, while others are denser and harder to decipher.
New social and political groups. The study of the 1,000 years between 700 and 1750 is a huge challenge to historians largely because of the scale and variety of developments that occurred over the period. At different moments in this period, new technologies made their appearance, like the Persian wheel in irrigation, the spinning wheel in weaving, and firearms in combat. New foods and beverages arrived in the subcontinent: potatoes, corn, chilies, tea, and coffee. Remember that all these innovations, new technologies, and crops came along with people who brought other ideas with them as well. As a result, this was a period of economic, political, social, and cultural changes. You will learn about some of these changes in Chapter 5. This was also a period of great mobility. Groups of people traveled long distances in search of opportunity. The subcontinent held immense wealth and the possibilities for people to carve a fortune. One group of people who became important in this period were the Rajputs, a name derived from Rajaputra, the son of a ruler. Between the 8th and 14th centuries, the term was applied more generally to a group of warriors who claimed Kshatriya caste status. Habitat refers to the environment of a region and the social and economic lifestyle of its residents. Of the technological, economic, social, and cultural changes described in this section, which do you think were most significant in the town or village in which you live? The term included not just rulers and chieftains, but also soldiers and commanders who served in the armies of different monarchs all over the subcontinent. A chivalric code of conduct, extreme valor, and a great sense of loyalty were the qualities attributed to Rajputs by their poets and bards. Other groups of people, such as the Marathas, Sikhs, Jats, Ahims, and Kayasthas, a caste of scribes and secretaries, also used the opportunities of the age to become politically important. Throughout this period, there was a gradual clearing of forests and the extension of agriculture, a change faster and more complete in some areas than in others. Changes in their habitat forced many forest dwellers to migrate. Others started tilling the land and became peasants. These new peasant groups gradually began to be influenced by regional markets, chieftains, priests, monasteries, and temples. They became a part of large, complex societies, and were required to pay taxes and offer goods and services to local lords. As a result, significant economic and social differences emerged amongst peasants. Some possessed more productive land, others also kept cattle, and some combined artisanal work with agricultural activity during the lean season. As society became more differentiated, people were grouped into jadis or subcastes and ranked on the basis of their backgrounds and their occupations. Ranks were not fixed permanently and varied according to the power, influence, and resources controlled by members of the jadi. The status of the same jadi could vary from area to area. Jadis framed their own rules and regulations to manage the conduct of their members. These regulations were enforced by an assembly of elders, described in some areas as the jadi panchayat, but jadis were also required to follow the rules of their villages. Several villages were governed by a chieftain. Together, they were only one small unit of a state.
Figure 3 summary. This is an image of a Persian wheel. The Persian wheel was a new technology introduced during the period between 700 and 1750. This technology was used for irrigation purposes. The image shows the structure of the wheel.
Region and empire. Region and empire. Large states like those of the Cholas, Chapter 2, Tughlaqs, Chapter 3, or Mughals, Chapter 4, encompassed many regions. A Sanskrit prashasti, see Chapter 2, for an example of a prashasti, praising the Delhi Sultan Ghiyasuddin Balban, 1266–1287, explained that he was the ruler of a vast empire that stretched from Bengal, Gauda in the east to Ghazni, Gajana in Afghanistan in the west, and included all of South India, Dravida. People of different regions, Gauda, Andhra, Kerala, Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Gujarat, apparently fled before his armies. Historians, why do you think rulers made such claims? Regard these as exaggerated claims of conquests. At the same time, they try to understand why rulers kept claiming to have control over different parts of the subcontinent. Language and region. In 1318, the poet Amir Khusrau noted that there was a different language in every region of this land. Sindhi, Lahori, Kashmiri, Devarsamudri in southern Karnataka, Telangani in Andhra Pradesh, Gujari in Gujarat, Mabari in Tamil Nadu, Gori in Bengal, Awadhi in eastern Uttar Pradesh, and Hindawi in the area around Delhi. Amir Khusrau went on to explain that in contrast to these languages, there was Sanskrit which did not belong to any region. It was an old language and common people do not know it, only the Brahmanas do. Make a list of the languages mentioned by Amir Khusrau. Prepare another list of the names of languages spoken today in the regions he mentioned. Underline the names that are similar and circle those that are different. Did you notice that the names by which languages are known have changed over time? By 700, many regions already possessed distinct geographical dimensions and their own language and cultural characteristics. You will learn more about these in Chapter 7. They were also associated with specific ruling dynasties. There was considerable conflict between these states. Occasionally, dynasties like the Cholas, Khaljis, Tughlaqs, and Mughals were able to build an empire that was pan-regional, spanning diverse regions. Not all these empires were equally stable or successful. When the Mughal Empire declined in the 18th century, it led to the reemergence of regional states, Chapter 8. But years of imperial, pan-regional rule had altered the character of the regions. Across most of the subcontinent, the regions were left with the legacies of the big and small states that had ruled over them. This was apparent in the emergence of many distinct and shared traditions. In the realms of governance, the management of the economy, elite cultures, and language. Through the 1,000 years between 700 and 1750, the character of the different regions did not grow in isolation. These regions felt the impact of larger pan-regional forces of integration without ever quite losing their distinctiveness. Old and new religions. The 1,000 years of history that we are exploring witnessed major developments in religious traditions. People's belief in the divine was sometimes deeply personal, but more usually it was collective. Collective belief in a supernatural agency religion was often closely connected with the social and economic organization of local communities. As the social worlds of these groups altered, so too did their beliefs. It was during this period that important changes occurred in what we call Hinduism today. These included the worship of new deities, the construction of temples by royalty, and the growing importance of Brahmanas, the priests, as dominant groups in society. Their knowledge of Sanskrit texts earned the Brahmanas a lot of respect in society. Their dominant position was consolidated by the support of their patrons, new rulers searching for prestige. One of the major developments of this period was the emergence of the idea of bhakti, of a loving, personal deity that devotees could reach without the aid of priests or elaborate rituals. You will be learning about this and other traditions in Chapter 6. Find out whether and for how long your state was a part of these pan-regional empires. Do you remember what Amir Khusrau had to say regarding Sanskrit, knowledge, and Brahmanas? Patron and influential, wealthy individual who supports another person, an artiste, a craftsperson, a learned man, or a noble. This was also the period when new religions appeared in the subcontinent. Merchants and migrants first brought the teachings of the Holy Quran to India in the 7th century. Muslims regard the Quran as their holy book and accept the sovereignty of the one God, Allah, whose love, mercy, and bounty embrace all those who believe in him, without regard to social background. Many rulers were patrons of Islam and the ulama, learned theologians and jurists. And like Hinduism, Islam was interpreted in a variety of ways by its followers. There were the Shia Muslims who believed that the Prophet Muhammad's son-in-law, Ali, was the legitimate leader of the Muslim community, and the Sunni Muslims who accepted the authority of the early leaders, caliphs of the community, and the succeeding caliphs. There were other important differences between the various schools of law, Hanafi and Shafi, mainly in India, and in theology and mystic traditions. Thinking about time and historical periods. Historians do not see time just as a passing of hours, days, or years, as a clock or a calendar. Time also reflects changes in social and economic organization, in the persistence and transformation of ideas and beliefs. The study of time is made somewhat easier by dividing the past into large segments periods that possess shared characteristics. In the middle of the 19th century, British historians divided the history of India into 3 periods: Hindu, Muslim, and British. This division was based on the idea that the religion of rulers was the only important historical change, and that there were no other significant developments in the economy, society, or culture. Such a division also ignored the rich diversity of the subcontinent. Few historians follow this periodization today. Most look to economic and social factors to characterize the major elements of different moments of the past. The histories you read last year included a wide range of early societies: hunter-gatherers, early farmers, people living in towns and villages, and early empires and kingdoms. The histories you will be studying this year are often described as medieval. You will find out more about the spread of peasant societies, the rise of regional and imperial state formations, sometimes at the cost of pastoral and forest people, the development of Hinduism and Islam as major religions, and the arrival of European trading companies. These 1,000 years of Indian history witnessed considerable change. After all, the 16th and 18th centuries were quite different from the 8th or the 11th. Therefore, describing the entire period as one historical unit is not without its problems. Moreover, the medieval period is often contrasted with the modern period. Modernity carries with it a sense of material progress and intellectual advancement. This seems to suggest that the medieval period was lacking in any change whatsoever. But of course, we know this was not the case. During these 1,000 years, the societies of the subcontinent were transformed often, and economies in several regions reached a level of prosperity that attracted the interest of European trading companies. As you read this book, look out for signs of change and the historical processes at work. Also, whenever you can, compare what you read in this book with what you read last year. Look out for changes and continuities wherever you can, and look at the world around you to see what else has changed or remained the same. Imagine you are a historian. Choose one of the themes mentioned in this chapter, such as economic, social, or political history, and discuss why you think it would be interesting to find out the history of that theme. Let's recall. 1. Who was considered a foreigner in the past? 2. State whether true or false. Manuscript Jadi region periodization. A. We do not find inscriptions for the period after 700. B. The Marathas asserted their political importance during this period. C. Forest dwellers were sometimes pushed out of their lands with the spread of agricultural settlements. D. Sultan Ghiyasuddin Balban controlled Assam, Manipur, and Kashmir. 3. Fill in the blanks. A. Archives are places where are kept. B. Was a 14th century chronicler. C. And were some of the new crops introduced into the subcontinent during this period. 4. List some of the technological changes associated with this period. 5. What were some of the major religious developments during this period? Let's understand. 6. In what ways has the meaning of the term Hindustan changed over the centuries? 7. How were the affairs of Jadis regulated? 8. What does the term pan-regional empire mean? Let's discuss. 9. What are the difficulties historians face in using manuscripts? 10. How do historians divide the past into periods? Do they face any problems in doing so? Let's do. 11. Compare either Map 1 or Map 2 with the present-day map of the subcontinent, listing as many similarities and differences as you can find. 12. Find out where records are kept in your village or city. Who writes these records? Is there an archive? Who manages it? What kinds of documents are stored there? Who are the people who use it? You have reached the end of the paper. Our pasts, II.
Additional context. This paper examines the emergence of new dynasties in the Indian subcontinent between the 7th and 12th centuries, a period of significant political upheaval and decentralization. This era followed the decline of major empires like the Guptas and witnessed the rise of regional powers such as the Gurjara Pratiharas, Rashtrakutas, Palas, Cholas, and Chahamanas, Chauhans. The dynamics of power during this time involved complex relationships between kings, their subordinates, Samantas, and various social groups. Understanding this period is crucial for comprehending the subsequent political landscape of India, including the eventual establishment of the Delhi Sultanate and the Mughal Empire. This research builds upon existing historical scholarship that examines the political, social, and economic transformations that occurred during the early medieval period in India. Definition. Settlements of peasants that became prosperous with the spread of irrigation agriculture.
Locate the Gurjara Pratiharas, Rashtrakutas, Palas, Cholas, and Chahamanas, Chauhans. Can you identify the present-day states over which they exercised control? Many new dynasties emerged after the 7th century. Map 1 shows the major ruling dynasties in different parts of the subcontinent between the 7th and 12th centuries. The emergence of new dynasties.
3 definitions. Definition 1. Samantas, subordinate chiefs or landlords who provided gifts and military support to kings. Definition 2. Mahasamanta, a great Samanta, an overlord who has declared independence from their overlords. Definition 3. Mahamandaleshvara, the great lord of a circle or region.
By the 7th century, there were big landlords or warrior chiefs in different regions of the subcontinent. Existing kings often acknowledged them as their subordinates or Samantas. They were expected to bring gifts for their kings or overlords, be present at their courts, and provide them with military support. As Samantas gained power and wealth, they declared themselves to be Mahasamanta, Mahamandaleshvara, the great lord of a circle or region, and so on. Sometimes they asserted their independence from their overlords. One such instance was that of the Rashtrakutas in the Deccan. Initially they were subordinate to the Chalukyas of Karnataka. In the mid-8th century, Dantadurga, a Rashtrakuta chief, figure 1 wall relief from Cave 15, Ellora, showing Vishnu as Narasimha, the man-lion. It is a work of the Rashtrakuta period. overthrew his Chalukya overlord and performed a ritual called Hirangagarbha, literally, the golden womb. When this ritual was performed with the help of Brahmanas, it was thought to lead to the rebirth of the sacrificer as a Kshatriya, even if he was not one by birth. In other cases, men from enterprising families used their military skills to carve out kingdoms. For instance, the Kadamba Mayurasharman and the Gurjara Pratihara Harichandra were Brahmanas who gave up their traditional professions and took to arms, successfully establishing kingdoms in Karnataka and Rajasthan respectively. Do you think being born as a Kshatriya was important in order to become a ruler during this period? Administration in the kingdoms.
2 definitions. Definition 1, Maharajadhiraja, a high-sounding title adopted by new kings meaning great king, overlord of kings. Definition 2, Tribhuvana Chakravartin, a high-sounding title adopted by new kings meaning lord of the 3 worlds.
Many of these new kings adopted high-sounding titles such as Maharajadhiraja, great king, overlord of kings, Tribhuvana Chakravartin, lord of the 3 worlds, and so on. However, in spite of such claims, they often shared power with their Samantas as well as with associations of peasants, traders, and brahmanas. In each of these states, resources were obtained from the producers, that is, peasants, cattle keepers, artisans, who were often persuaded or compelled to surrender part of what they produced. Sometimes these were claimed as rent due to a lord who asserted that he owned the land. Revenue was also collected from traders. 400 taxes.
3 definitions. Definition 1, VII, a tax taken not in cash but in the form of forced labor. Definition 2, Kadamai, land revenue tax. Definition 3, Nadu, larger units formed by groups of villages performing administrative functions such as dispensing justice and collecting taxes.
The inscriptions of the Cholas who ruled in Tamil Nadu refer to more than 400 terms for different kinds of taxes. The most frequently mentioned tax is VII, taken not in cash but in the form of forced labor and Kadamai or land revenue. There were also taxes on thatching the house, the use of a ladder to climb palm trees, a cess on succession to family property, etc. Are any such taxes collected today? In what ways was this form of administration different from the present-day system? These resources were used to finance the king's establishment, as well as for the construction of temples and forts. They were also used to fight wars, which were in turn expected to lead to the acquisition of wealth in the form of plunder and access to land as well as trade routes. The functionaries for collecting revenue were generally recruited from influential families, and positions were often hereditary. This was true about the army as well. In many cases, close relatives of the king held these positions. Prashastis and land grants.
Definition. Prashastis, inscriptions written by learned brahmanas in praise of rulers, detailing their achievements.
Prashastis contain details that may not be literally true, but they tell us how rulers wanted to depict themselves as valiant, victorious warriors, for example. These were composed by learned brahmanas who occasionally helped in the administration. The achievements of Nagabhata. Many rulers described their achievements in Prashastis. You read about the Prashasti of the Gupta ruler Samudragupta last year. One Prashasti, written in Sanskrit and found in Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, describes the exploits of Nagabhata, a Pratihara king, as follows. The kings of Andhra, Saindhava, Sindh, Vidarbha, part of Maharashtra, and Kalinga, part of Orissa, fell before him even as he was a prince. He won a victory over Chakrayudha, the ruler of Kannauj. He defeated the king of Vanga, part of Bengal, Anarta, part of Gujarat, Malava, part of Madhya Pradesh, Karata forest peoples, Tirushka Turks, Vatsa, Matsya, both kingdoms in North India. Also, see if you can find some of the areas mentioned in the inscription on Map 1. Other rulers made similar claims as well. Why do you think they made these claims? Kings often rewarded brahmanas by grants of land. These were recorded on copper plates, which were given to those who received the land. What was given with the land? This is part of the Tamil section of a land grant given by the Cholas. We have demarcated the boundaries of the land by making earthen embankments, as well as by planting thorny bushes. This is what the land contains. Fruit-bearing trees, water, land, gardens and orchards, trees, wells, open spaces, pasture land, a village, anthills, platforms, canals, ditches, rivers, silt-laden land, tanks, granaries, fish ponds, beehives, and deep lakes. He who receives the land can collect taxes from it. He can collect the taxes imposed by judicial officers as fines, the tax on betel leaves, that on woven cloth as well as on vehicles. He can build large rooms with upper stories made of baked bricks. He can get large and small wells dug. He can plant trees and thorny bushes. If necessary, he can get canals constructed for irrigation. He should ensure that water is not wasted and that embankments are built. List all the possible sources of irrigation mentioned in the inscription and discuss how these might have been used. Unusual for the 12th century was a long Sanskrit poem containing the history of kings who ruled over Kashmir. It was composed by an author named Kalhana. He used a variety of sources, including inscriptions, documents, eyewitness accounts, and earlier histories, to write his account. Unlike the writers of Prashastis, he was often critical about rulers and their policies.
Image summary. The image shows text describing a land grant given by the Cholas. The land includes fruit-bearing trees, water resources, gardens, orchards, and various other features. The recipient of the land can collect taxes on various items and activities. They are also permitted to construct buildings, dig wells, plant trees, and build canals for irrigation, with a focus on water conservation.
Warfare for wealth. You may have noticed that each of these ruling dynasties was based in a specific region. At the same time, they tried to control other areas. One particularly prized area was the city of Kannauj in the Ganga Valley. For centuries, rulers belonging to the Gurjara Pratihara, Rashtrakuta, and Pala dynasties fought for control over Kannauj. Because there were three parties in this long-drawn conflict, historians often describe it as the tripartite struggle. As we will see, pp. 62 to 66, rulers also tried to demonstrate their power and resources by building large temples. So, when they attacked one another's kingdoms, they often chose to target temples, which were sometimes extremely rich. You will read more about this in Chapter 5. One of the best known of such rulers is Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni, Afghanistan. He ruled from 997 to 1030 and extended control over parts of Central Asia, Iran, and the northwestern part of the subcontinent. He raided the subcontinent almost every year. His targets were wealthy temples, including that of Somnath, Gujarat. Much of the wealth Mahmud carried away was used to create a splendid capital city at Ghazni. Sultan Mahmud was also interested in finding out more about the people he conquered, and entrusted a scholar named al-Biruni to write an account of the subcontinent. This Arabic work, known as the Kitab-ul-Hind, remains an important source for historians. He consulted Sanskrit scholars to prepare this account. Other kings who engaged in warfare included the Chahamanas, later known as the Chauhans, who ruled over the region around Delhi and Ajmer. They attempted to expand their control to the west and the east, where they were opposed by the Chalukyas of Gujarat and the Gahidavalas of western Uttar Pradesh. The best-known Chahamana ruler was Prithviraja III, 1168 to 1192, who defeated an Afghan ruler named Sultan Muhammad Ghori in 1191, but lost to him the very next year, in 1192. Look at Map 1 and suggest reasons why these rulers wanted to control Kannauj and the Ganga Valley. Sultan, an Arabic term meaning ruler. Look at Map 1 again and discuss why the Chahamanas may have wanted to expand their territories. A closer look, the Cholas. From Urayur to Thanjavur.
Definition. Ariyar, a title meaning chief, given to rich landowners as markers of respect.
How did the Cholas rise to power? A minor chiefly family known as the Mudarayar held power in the Kaveri Delta. They were subordinate to the Pallava kings of Kanchipuram. Vijayalaya, who belonged to the ancient chiefly family of the Cholas from Urayur, captured the delta from the Mudarayar in the middle of the 9th century. He built the town of Thanjavur and a temple for goddess Nishimpasudini there. The successors of Vijayalaya conquered neighboring regions, and the kingdom grew in size and power. The Pandyan and the Pallava territories to the south and north were made part of this kingdom. Rajaraja I, considered the most powerful Chola ruler, became king in 985 and expanded control over most of these areas. He also reorganized the administration of the empire. Rajaraja's son Rajendra I continued his policies and even raided the Ganga Valley, Sri Lanka, and countries of Southeast Asia, developing a navy for these expeditions. Splendid temples and bronze sculpture. The big temples of Thanjavur and Gangaikondakalappuram, built by Rajaraja and Rajendra, are architectural and sculptural marvels. Chola temples often became the nuclei of settlements which grew around them. These were centers of craft production. Temples were also endowed with land by rulers as well as by others. The produce of this land went into maintaining all the specialists who worked at the temple and very often lived near it: priests, garland makers, cooks, sweepers, musicians, dancers, etc. In other words, temples were not only places of worship. They were the hub of economic, social, and cultural life as well. Amongst the crafts associated with temples, the making of bronze images was the most distinctive. Chola bronze images are considered amongst the finest in the world. While most images were of deities, sometimes images were made of devotees as well.
Figure 3 Summary. This is an image of the temple at Gangaikondakalappuram. The temple's roof tapers upwards. The outer walls are decorated with elaborate stone sculptures.
Agriculture and irrigation. Many of the achievements of the Cholas were made possible through new developments in agriculture. Look at Map 2 again. Notice that the river Kaveri branches off into several small channels before emptying into the Bay of Bengal. These channels overflow frequently, depositing fertile soil on their banks. Water from the channels also provides the necessary moisture for agriculture, particularly the cultivation of rice. Although agriculture had developed earlier in other parts of Tamil Nadu, it was only from the 5th or 6th century that this area was opened up for large-scale cultivation. Forests had to be cleared in some regions, land had to be leveled in other areas. In the delta, region embankments had to be built to prevent flooding and canals had to be constructed to carry water to the fields. In many areas, 2 crops were grown in a year. In many cases, it was necessary to water crops artificially. A variety of methods were used for irrigation. In some areas, wells were dug. In other places, huge tanks were constructed to collect rainwater. Remember that irrigation works require planning, organizing labor and resources, maintaining these works and deciding on how water is to be shared. Most of the new rulers, as well as people living in villages, took an active interest in these activities. The administration of the empire. How was the administration organized? Settlements of peasants, known as became prosperous with the spread of irrigation agriculture. Groups of such villages formed larger units called Nadu. The village council and the Nadu performed several administrative functions, including dispensing justice and collecting taxes. Rich peasants of the Velala caste exercised considerable control over the affairs of the Nadu under the supervision of the central Chola government. The Chola kings gave some rich landowners titles like Muandavban, a Velan or peasant serving 3 kings, Ariyar, chief, etc. as markers of respect, and entrusted them with important offices of the state at the center. Types of land.
4 definitions. Definition 1, Velanvagai, land of non-Brahmana peasant proprietors. Definition 2, Brahmadya, land gifted to Brahmanas. Definition 3, Shalabhoga, land for the maintenance of a school. Definition 4, Palachandam, land donated to Jaina institutions.
Chola inscriptions mention several categories of land. Velanvagai, land of non-Brahmana peasant proprietors, Brahmadya land, gifted to Brahmanas, Shalabhoga land, for the maintenance of a school Dividana. Tirunamatakani land, gifted to temples, Palachandam land, donated to Jaina institutions. We have seen that Brahmanas often received land grants or Brahmadya. As a result, a large number of Brahmana settlements emerged in the Kaveri Valley, as in other parts of South India.
2 definitions. Definition 1, Sabha, an assembly of prominent Brahmana landholders that looked after each Brahmadya. Definition 2, Nagarams, associations of traders that occasionally performed administrative functions in towns.
Each Brahmadya was looked after by an assembly or sabha of prominent Brahmana landholders. These assemblies worked very efficiently. Their decisions were recorded in detail in inscriptions, often on the stone walls of temples. Associations of traders known as nagarams also occasionally performed administrative functions in towns. Inscriptions from Uttaramur in Chingalput district, Tamil Nadu, provide details of the way in which the Sabha was organized. The Sabha had separate committees to look after irrigation works, gardens, temples, etc. Names of those eligible to be members of these committees were written on small tickets of palm leaf. These tickets were put into an earthenware pot, from which a young boy was asked to take out the tickets, one by one for each committee. Inscriptions and texts. Who could be a member of a Sabha? The Uttaramur inscription lays down, all those who wish to become members of the Sabha should be owners of land from which land revenue is collected. They should have their own homes. They should be between 35 and 70 years of age. They should have knowledge of the Vedas. They should be well-versed in administrative matters and honest. If anyone has been a member of any committee in the last 3 years, he cannot become a member of another committee. Anyone who has not submitted his accounts, and those of his relatives, cannot contest the elections. While inscriptions tell us about kings and powerful men, here is an excerpt from the Periyapuranam, a 12th century Tamil work, which informs us about the lives of ordinary men and women. On the outskirts of Adanur was a small hamlet of Pulayas, a name used for a social group considered outcasts by Brahmanas and Velalas, studded with small huts under old thatches and inhabited by agrarian laborers engaged in menial occupations. In the thresholds of the huts covered with strips of leather, little chickens moved about in groups. Dark children who wore bracelets of black iron were prancing about, carrying little puppies. In the shade of the Marudu Arjuna trees, a female laborer put her baby to sleep on a sheet of leather. There were mango trees from whose branches drums were hanging, and under the coconut palms, in little hollows on the ground, tiny-headed bitches lay after whelping. The red-crested cocks crowed before dawn, calling the brawny Pulayar, plural, to their day's work. And by day, under the shade of the kanji tree, spread the voice of the wavy-haired Pulaya women singing as they were husking paddy. Do you think women participated in these assemblies? In your view, are lotteries useful in choosing members of committees? Were there any brahmanas in this hamlet? Describe all the activities that were taking place in the village. Why do you think temple inscriptions ignore these activities? China under the Tang dynasty. In China, an empire was established under the Tang dynasty, which remained in power for about 300 years, from the 7th to the 10th centuries. Its capital, Xi'an, was one of the largest cities in the world, visited by Turks, Iranians, Indians, Japanese, and Koreans. The Tang Empire was administered by a bureaucracy recruited through an examination, which was open to all who wished to appear for it. This system of selecting officials remained in place, with some changes, till 1911. In what ways was this system different from those prevalent in the Indian subcontinent?
Image summary. The image shows a question mark inside a circle. The question prompts the user to consider how the Tang dynasty system of selecting officials through examinations differed from those prevalent in the Indian subcontinent. The image also shows a person imagining being present in an election for a Sabha and describing what they see and hear.
Imagine you are present in an election for a Sabha. Describe what you see and hear.
Image summary. The image is a cartoon drawing of a person thinking. The person is seemingly contemplating the prompt to imagine being present in an election for Sabha and describing what one sees and hears. The context is related to the Tang dynasty.
Let's recall. 1. Match the following: Gurjara Pratihara's Western Deccan, Rashtrakutas Bengal Palas Gujarat, and Rajasthan Cholas Tamil Nadu 2. Who were the parties involved in the tripartite struggle? 3. What were the qualifications necessary to become a member of a committee of the Sabha in the Chola Empire? 4. What were the two major cities under the control of the Chehamanas? Let's understand. 5. How did the Rashtrakutas become powerful? 6. What did the new dynasties do to gain acceptance? 7. What kind of irrigation works were developed in the Tamil region? 8. What were the activities associated with Chola temples? Let's discuss. 9. Look at map 1 once more and find out whether there were any kingdoms in the state in which you live. 10. Contrast the elections in Uttaramharur with present-day Panchayat elections. Let's do. 11. Compare the temple shown in this chapter with any present-day temple in your neighborhood, highlighting any similarities and differences that you notice. 12. Find out more about taxes that are collected at present. Are these in cash, kind, or labor services? In Chapter 2, we saw that regions like the Kaveri Delta became the center of large kingdoms. Did you notice that there was no mention of a kingdom with Delhi as its capital? That was because Delhi became an important city only in the 12th century.
Definition. Dhaliwal, coins minted in Delhi under the Tamaras and Chauhans, which had a wide circulation.
Take a look at Table 1. Delhi first became the capital of a kingdom under the Tamara Rajputs, who were defeated in the middle of the 12th century by the Chauhans, also referred to as Chahamanas of Ajmer. It was under the Tamaras and Chauhans that Delhi became an important commercial center. Many rich Jaina merchants lived in the city and constructed several temples. Coins minted here, called Dhaliwal, had a wide circulation.
Table 1 Summary. The table presents the Rajput dynasties. It includes Tamaras, Anangapala, Chauhans, and Prithviraj Chauhan.
The transformation of Delhi into a capital that controlled vast areas of the subcontinent started with the foundation of the Delhi Sultanate in the beginning of the 13th century. Take a look at Table 1 again and identify the 5 dynasties that together made the Delhi Sultanate. The Delhi Sultans built many cities in the area that we now know as Delhi. Look at Map 1 and locate Delhi Ikuna, Siri, and Jahanpana.
Image Summary. The image shows a detailed view of intricate stone carvings. The carvings feature a repeating pattern of stylized floral and vine motifs. The overall impression is one of elaborate craftsmanship and decorative artistry. The time ranges for the early Turkish rulers are shown, with the shortest range at the beginning and a slightly longer range in the middle.
Khalji Dynasty, 1290 to 1320, Jalaluddin Khalji 1290 to 1296, Alauddin Khalji 1296 to 1316.
Alai Darwaza Summary. The image shows a building called Alai Darwaza. Alai Darwaza is made of red sandstone and white marble. The building is relatively small, square, and has an arched entrance. It is more decorated than other buildings.
Tughlaq Dynasty, 1320 to 1414. Ghiasuddin Tughlaq, Mohammad Tughlaq Firoz Shah Tughlaq, 1320 to 1324, 1324 to 1351, 1351 to 1388. Sayyid Dynasty, 1414 to 1451. Khizr Khan 1414 to 1421. Lodi Dynasty, 1451 to 1526. Balo Lodi 1451 to 1489.
Firoz Shah Tughlaq's tomb is displayed in the image. The image also contains a table showing the rulers of Delhi, including the Rajput dynasties, early Turkish rulers, Khalji Dynasty, Tughlaq Dynasty, Sayyid Dynasty, and Lodi Dynasty. The table provides the names of rulers and their respective periods. The dynasties are organized chronologically, with the Rajput dynasties being the earliest and the Lodi dynasty being the latest.
Finding out about the Delhi Sultans.
Definition. Tawaric, Persian language histories written under the Delhi Sultanate by learned men, secretaries, administrators, poets, and courtiers, who both recounted events and advised rulers on governance.
Finding out about the Delhi Sultans. Although inscriptions, coins, and architecture provide a lot of information, especially valuable are histories, Tariq, singular, /Tawaric, plural, written in Persian, the language of administration under the Delhi Sultans. The authors of Tawaric were learned men, secretaries, administrators, poets, and courtiers, who both recounted events and advised rulers on governance, emphasizing the importance of just rule. The Circle of Justice. Do you think the Circle of Justice is an appropriate term to describe the relationship between the king and his subjects? Fakhr-i Mutabir wrote in the 13th century, "A king cannot survive without soldiers, and soldiers cannot live without salaries. Salaries come from the revenue collected from peasants. But peasants can pay revenue only when they are prosperous and happy. This happens when the king promotes justice and honest governance." Keep the following additional details in mind. 1. The authors of Tawaric lived in cities, mainly Delhi, and hardly ever in villages. 2. They often wrote their histories for sultans in the hope of rich rewards. 3. These authors advised rulers on the need to preserve an ideal social order based on birthright and gender distinctions. Their ideas were not shared by everybody. In 1236, Sultan Iltutmish's daughter, Razia, became sultan. The chronicler of the age, Minhaj-i-Suraj, recognized that she was more able and qualified than all her brothers, but he was not comfortable at having a queen as ruler, nor were the nobles happy at her attempts to rule independently. She was removed from the throne in 1240. What Minhaj-i-Suraj thought about Razia? Minhaj-i-Suraj thought that the queen's rule went against the ideal social order created by God, in which women were supposed to be subordinate to men. He therefore asked, in the register of God's creation, since her account did not fall under the column of men, how did she gain from all of her excellent qualities? On her inscriptions and coins, Razia mentioned that she was the daughter of Sultan Iltutmish. This was in contrast to the Queen Rudramadvi, 1262 to 1289, of the Kakatiya dynasty of Warangal, part of modern Andhra Pradesh. Rudramadvi changed her name on her inscriptions and pretended she was a man. Another queen, Dida, ruled in Kashmir, 980 to 1003. Her title is interesting. It comes from Didi, or elder sister, an obviously affectionate term given to a loved ruler by her subjects. Express Minhaj's ideas in your own words. Do you think Razia shared these ideas? Why do you think it was so difficult for a woman to be a ruler? Birthright privileges claimed on account of birth. For example, people believed that nobles inherited their rights to govern because they were born in certain families. Gender distinctions. Social and biological differences between women and men. Usually, these differences are used to argue that men are superior to women. From garrison town to empire, the expansion of the Delhi Sultanate. Hinterland, the lands adjacent to a city or port that supply it with goods and services. Garrison town, a fortified settlement with soldiers. In the early 13th century, the control of the Delhi Sultans rarely went beyond heavily fortified towns occupied by garrisons. The sultans seldom controlled the hinterland of the cities and were therefore dependent upon trade, tribute, or plunder for supplies. Controlling garrison towns in distant Bengal and Sindh from Delhi was extremely difficult. Rebellion, war, even bad weather could snap fragile communication routes. Delhi's authority was also challenged by Mongol invasions from Afghanistan and by governors who rebelled at any sign of the Sultan's weakness. The Sultanate barely survived these challenges. Its consolidation occurred during the reign of Ghiyasuddin Balban and further expansion under Alauddin Khalji and Muhammad Tughlaq. The first set of campaigns along the internal frontier of the Sultanate aimed at consolidating the hinterlands of the garrison towns. During these campaigns, forests were cleared in the Ganga-Yamuna Doab, and hunter-gatherers and pastoralists expelled from their habitat. These lands were given to peasants, and agriculture was encouraged. New fortresses, garrison towns, and towns were established to protect trade routes and to promote regional trade. The second expansion occurred along the external frontier of the Sultanate. Military expeditions into southern India started during the reign of Alauddin Khalji, see Map 3, and culminated with Muhammad Tughlaq. In their campaigns, Sultanate armies captured elephants, horses, and slaves and carried away precious metals. By the end of Muhammad Tughlaq's reign, 150 years after somewhat humble beginnings, the armies of the Delhi Sultanate had marched across a large part of the subcontinent. They had defeated rival armies and seized cities. The Sultanate collected taxes from the peasantry and dispensed justice in its realm. But how complete and effective was its control over such a vast territory? The masjid. A mosque is called a masjid in Arabic, literally a place where a Muslim prostrates in reverence to Allah. In a congregational mosque, Masjid-i-Jami or Jama Masjid, Muslims read their prayers, namaz, together. Members of the congregation choose the most respected, learned male as their leader, imam, for the rituals of prayer. He also delivers the sermon khutbah during the Friday prayer. During prayer, Muslims stand facing Mecca. In India, this is to the west. This is called the Qibla. The Delhi Sultans built several mosques in cities all over the subcontinent. These demonstrated their claims to be protectors of Islam and Muslims. Mosques also helped to create the sense of a community of believers, figure for Moth Kai Masjid. built in the reign of Sikandar Lodi by his minister, who shared a belief system and a code of conduct. It was necessary to reinforce this idea of a community because Muslims came from a variety of backgrounds. Compare figures 2, 3, 4, and 5. What similarities and differences do you notice amongst the mosques? The mosques in figures 3, 4, and 5 show an evolution in architectural tradition that culminates in Shah Jahan's mosque in Delhi. See figure 7 in chapter 5. A closer look: administration and consolidation under the Khaljis and Tughlaqs.
Definition: Bandagan, special slaves purchased for military service by the early Delhi Sultans, who were carefully trained to man some of the most important political offices in the kingdom.
The consolidation of a kingdom as vast as the Delhi Sultanate needed reliable governors and administrators. Rather than appointing aristocrats and landed chieftains as governors, the early Delhi Sultans, especially Iltutmish, favored their special slaves purchased for military service, called bandagan in Persian. They were carefully trained to man some of the most important political offices in the kingdom. Since they were totally dependent upon their master, the sultan could trust and rely upon them. Slaves rather than sons. The sultans were advised: a slave, whom one has brought up and promoted, must be looked after, for it needs a whole lifetime and good luck to find a worthy and experienced slave. Wise men have said that a worthy and experienced slave is better than a son. Can you think of any reason why a slave would be better than a son? Client: someone who is under the protection of another, a dependent or hanger-on.
Definition: Clients, someone who is under the protection of another, a dependent or hanger-on.
The Khaljis and Tughlaqs continued to use bandagan and also raised people of humble birth, who were often their clients, to high political positions. They were appointed as generals and governors. However, this also introduced an element of political instability. Slaves and clients were loyal to their masters and patrons, but not to their heirs. New sultans had their own servants. As a result, the accession of a new monarch often saw conflict between the old and the new nobility. The patronage of these humble people by the Delhi Sultans also shocked many elites, and the authors of Persian Tawariq criticized the Delhi Sultans for appointing the low and base-born to high offices. Officials of Sultan Muhammad Tughlaq. Sultan Muhammad Tughlaq appointed Aziz Qamar, a wine distiller, Firaz Hajam, a barber, Mankatabak, a cook, and 2 gardeners, Ladha and Pira, to high administrative posts. Ziyuddin Barani, a mid-14th century chronicler, reported their appointments as a sign of the Sultan's loss of political judgment and his incapacity to rule. Why do you think Barani criticized the Sultan?
Definition: Ikta, lands of varying sizes governed by military commanders appointed by the Khalji and Tughlaq monarchs.
Like the earlier sultans, the Khalji and Tughlaq monarchs appointed military commanders as governors of territories of varying sizes. These lands were called Ikta, and their holder was called Iqtidar or Mukti. The duty of the Muktis was to lead military campaigns and maintain law and order in their Iktas. In exchange for their military services, the Muktis collected the revenues of their assignments as salary. They also paid their soldiers from these revenues. Control over Muktis was most effective if their office was not inheritable and if they were assigned Iktas for a short period of time before being shifted. These harsh conditions of service were rigorously imposed during the reigns of Alauddin Khalji and Muhammad Tughlaq. Accountants were appointed by the state to check the amount of revenue collected by the Muktis. Care was taken that the Mukti collected only the taxes prescribed by the state and that he kept the required number of soldiers.
Definition: Kharaj, tax on cultivation, amounting to about 50% of the peasant's produce.
As the Delhi Sultans brought the hinterland of the cities under their control, they forced the landed chieftains, the Samanta aristocrats, and rich landlords to accept their authority. Under Alauddin Khalji, the state brought the assessment and collection of land revenue under its own control. The rights of the local chieftains to levy taxes were cancelled, and they were also forced to pay taxes. The Sultan's administrators measured the land and kept careful accounts. Some of the old chieftains and landlords served the Sultanate as revenue collectors and assessors. There were 3 types of taxes. 1, on cultivation called kharaj, and amounting to about 50% of the peasant's produce. 2 on cattle, and 3 on houses. It is important to remember that large parts of the subcontinent remained outside the control of the Delhi Sultans. It was difficult to control distant provinces like Bengal from Delhi, and soon, after annexing southern India, the entire region became independent. Even in the Gangetic Plain, there were forested areas that Sultanate forces could not penetrate. Local chieftains established their rule in these regions. Sometimes rulers like Alauddin Khalji and Muhammad Tughlaq could force their control in these areas, but only for a short duration.
Image summary. The image presents textual information about the appointment of slaves and people of humble origin to high political positions during the Khalji and Tughlaq dynasties. It also mentions the criticism faced by the Delhi Sultans for appointing people of low birth to high offices. The text suggests that the appointment of such individuals led to political instability and conflict between the old and new nobility. The image also mentions the appointment of individuals from various backgrounds to high administrative posts by Sultan Muhammad Tughlaq, which was criticized as a sign of the Sultan's poor political judgment.
Chieftains and their fortifications. Ibn Battuta, a 14th-century traveler from Morocco, Africa, explained that chieftains sometimes fortified themselves in mountains, in rocky, uneven and rugged places, as well as in bamboo groves. In India, the bamboo is not hollow, it is big. Its several parts are so intertwined that even fire cannot affect them, and they are on the whole very strong. The chieftains live in these forests which serve them as ramparts, inside which are their cattle and their crops. There is also water for them within, that is, rain water which collects there. Hence they cannot be subdued except by powerful armies who, entering these forests, cut down the bamboos with specially prepared instruments. Describe the ways in which the chieftains arranged for their defense. The Mongols under Genghis Khan invaded Transoxiana in northeast Iran in 1219, and the Delhi Sultanate faced their onslaught soon after. Mongol attacks on the Delhi Sultanate increased during the reign of Alauddin Khalji and in the early years of Muhammad Tughlaq's rule. This forced the two rulers to mobilize a large standing army in Delhi, which posed a huge administrative challenge. Let us see how the two sultans dealt with this.
Image summary. The image is a question mark symbol. It is associated with a section discussing chieftains and their fortifications, explaining that chieftains fortified themselves in mountains, rocky places, and bamboo groves. The bamboo's strength and intertwined structure made it resistant to fire, providing a natural defense. These forests served as ramparts, housing cattle, crops, and rainwater, making the chieftains difficult to subdue without powerful armies equipped to cut through the bamboo.
Alauddin Khalji. Delhi was attacked twice, in 1299-1300 and 1302-1303. As a defensive measure, Alauddin Khalji raised a large standing army. Alauddin constructed a new garrison town named Siri for his soldiers. See Map 1. The soldiers had to be fed. This was done through the produce collected as tax from lands between the Ganga and Yamuna. Tax was fixed at 50% of the peasants' yield. The soldiers had to be paid. Alauddin chose to pay his soldiers' salaries in cash rather than iktas. The soldiers would buy their supplies from merchants in Delhi, and it was thus feared that merchants would raise their prices. To stop this, Alauddin controlled the prices of goods in Delhi. Prices were carefully surveyed by officers, and merchants who did not sell at the prescribed rates were punished. Alauddin's administrative measures were quite successful, and chroniclers praised his reign for its cheap prices and efficient supplies of goods in the market. He successfully withstood the threat of Mongol invasions. The Sultanate was attacked in the early years of Muhammad Tughlaq's reign. The Mongol army was defeated. Muhammad Tughlaq was confident about the strength of his army and his resources to plan an attack on Transoxiana. He therefore raised a large standing army. Rather than constructing a new garrison town, the oldest of the four cities of Delhi, Delhi-i-Kuna, was emptied of its residents, and the soldiers garrisoned there. The residents of the old city were sent to the new capital of Daulatabad in the south. Produce from the same area was collected as tax to feed the army. But to meet the expense of maintaining such a large number of soldiers, the Sultan levied additional taxes. This coincided with famine in the area. Muhammad Tughlaq also paid his soldiers cash salaries, but instead of controlling prices, he used a token currency, somewhat like present-day paper currency, but made out of cheap metals, not gold and silver. People in the 14th century did not trust these coins. They were very smart. They saved their gold and silver coins and paid all their taxes to the state with this token currency. This cheap currency could also be counterfeited easily. Muhammad Tughlaq's administrative measures were a failure. His campaign into Kashmir was a disaster. He then gave up his plans to invade Transoxiana and disbanded his large army. Meanwhile, his administrative measures created complications. The shifting of people to Daulatabad was resented. The raising of taxes and famine in the Ganga-Yamuna belt led to widespread rebellion. And finally, the token currency had to be recalled. In this list of Muhammad Tughlaq's failures, we sometimes forget that for the first time in the history of the Sultanate, a Delhi Sultan planned a campaign to capture Mongol territory. Unlike Aladdin's defensive measures, Muhammad Tughlaq's measures were conceived as a part of a military offensive against the Mongols. The Sultanate in the 15th and 16th centuries. Take a look at Table 1 again. You will notice that after the Tughlaqs, the Sayyid and Lodi dynasties ruled from Delhi and Agra until 1526. By then, Jaunpur, Bengal, Malwa, Gujarat, Rajasthan, and the entire South India had independent rulers who established flourishing states and prosperous capitals. This was also the period which saw the emergence of new ruling groups like the Afghans and the Rajputs. Some of the states established in this period were small but powerful and extremely well administered. Sher Shah Sur, 1540 to 1545, started his career as the manager of a small territory for his uncle in Bihar and eventually challenged and defeated the Mughal Emperor Humayun, 1530 to 1540, 1555 to 1556. Sher Shah captured Delhi and established his own dynasty. Although the Sur dynasty ruled for only 15 years, 1540 to 1555, it introduced an administration that borrowed elements from Aladdin Khalji and made them more efficient. Sher Shah's administration became the model followed by the great Emperor Akbar, 1556 to 1605, when he consolidated the Mughal Empire. The three orders, the Peace of God, Knights and the Crusades. The idea of the three orders was first formulated in France in the early 11th century. It divided society into three classes: those who prayed, those who fought, and those who tilled the land. This division of society into three orders was supported by the Church to consolidate its dominant role in society. This helped the emergence of a new warrior group called Knights. The Church patronized this group and used them to propagate their idea of peace of God. The attempt was to direct warriors away from conflict amongst themselves and send them instead on a campaign against the Muslims who had captured the city of Jerusalem. This led to a series of campaigns called the Crusades. These campaigns in the service of God and the Church completely altered the status of knights. Originally, these knights did not belong to the class of nobles. But by the end of the 11th century in France and a century later in Germany, the humble origins of these warriors were forgotten. By the 12th century, nobles also wanted to be known as knights. Imagine you are a peasant in Aladdin Khalji's or Muhammad Tughlaq's reign, and you cannot pay the taxes demanded by the Sultan. What will you do?
Image summary. This is an image. The image prompts the reader to imagine they are a peasant during the reign of Aladdin Khalji or Muhammad Tughlaq and are unable to pay the taxes demanded by the Sultan, then asks them what they would do.
Let's recall. 1. Which ruler first established his or her capital at Delhi? 2. What was the language of administration under the Delhi Sultans? 3. In whose reign did the Sultanate reach its farthest extent? 4. From which country did Ibn Battuta travel to India? Let's understand. 5. According to the Circle of Justice, why was it important for military commanders to keep the interests of the peasantry in mind? 6. What is meant by the internal and external frontiers of the Sultanate? 7. What were the steps taken to ensure that Muqtis performed their duties? Why do you think they may have wanted to defy the orders of the Sultans? 8. What was the impact of the Mongol invasions on the Delhi Sultanate? Let's discuss. 9. Do you think the authors of Tawarik would provide information about the lives of ordinary men and women? 10. Razia Sultan was unique in the history of the Delhi Sultanate. Do you think women leaders are accepted more readily today? 11. Why were the Delhi Sultans interested in cutting down forests? Does deforestation occur for the same reasons today? Let's do. 12. Find out whether there are any buildings built by the Delhi Sultans in your area. Are there any other buildings in your area that were built between the 12th and 15th centuries? Describe some of these buildings and draw sketches of them. 4. The Mughal Empire. Ruling as large a territory as the Indian subcontinent with such a diversity of people and cultures was an extremely difficult task for any ruler to accomplish in the Middle Ages. Quite in contrast to their predecessors, the Mughals created an empire and accomplished what had hitherto seemed possible for only short periods of time. From the latter half of the 16th century, they expanded their kingdom from Agra and Delhi, until in the 17th century they controlled nearly all of the subcontinent. They imposed structures of administration and ideas of governance that outlasted their rule, leaving a political legacy that succeeding rulers of the subcontinent could not ignore. Today, the Prime Minister of India addresses the nation on Independence Day from the ramparts of the Red Fort in Delhi, the residence of the Mughal emperors. Who were the Mughals? The Mughals were descendants of two great lineages of rulers. From their mother's side, they were descendants of Genghis Khan, died 1227, the Mongol ruler who ruled over parts of China and Central Asia. From their father's side, they were the successors of Timur, died 1404, the ruler of Iran, Iraq, and modern-day Turkey. However, the Mughals did not like to be called Mughal or Mongol. This was because Genghis Khan's memory was associated with the massacre of innumerable people. It was also linked with the Uzbeks, their Mongol competitors. On the other hand, the Mughals were Do you think this painting suggests that the Mughals claimed kingship as a birthright, proud of their Timurid ancestry, not least of all because their great ancestor had captured Delhi in 1398. They celebrated their genealogy pictorially, each ruler getting a picture made of Timur and himself. Take a look at Figure 2, which is somewhat like a group photograph.
Figure 2 summary. The image shows a set of copper plates dating back to the 9th century. These plates document a land grant made by a ruler, with inscriptions in both Sanskrit and Tamil. The plates are held together by a ring, which is secured with a royal seal. This seal indicates the authenticity of the document.
Mughal military campaigns. Babur, the first Mughal emperor, 1526 to 1530, succeeded to the throne of Fergana in 1494 when he was only 12 years old. He was forced to leave his ancestral throne due to the invasion of another Mongol group, the Uzbeks. After years of wandering, he seized Kabul in 1504. In 1526, he defeated the Sultan of Delhi, Ibrahim Lodi, at Panipat and captured Delhi and Agra. Table 1 charts some of the major campaigns of the Mughals. Study it carefully and see if you can notice any long-term patterns. You will notice, for example, that the Afghans were an immediate threat to Mughal authority. Note the relationship between the Mughals and the Ahams, see also Chapter 7, the Sikhs, see also Chapters 8 and 10, and Mewar and Marwar, see also Chapter 9. How was Humayun's relationship with Safavid Iran different from Akbar's? Did the annexation of Golconda and Bijapur in Aurangzeb's reign end hostilities in the Deccan? Gunpowder technology was brought to India for warfare in the 14th century. Firearms were used for the first time in regions such as Gujarat, Malwa, and Deccan, and was used by Babur in early 16th century.
Image summary. The image shows a historical building. The building appears to be made of stone or brick and has an arched design. It has an upper level with a domed roof. The building seems old and may be a historical landmark. Akbar became independent and launched military campaigns against multiple groups and kingdoms. The Sisodiya capital was seized. Akbar's reign can be divided into 3 periods. Campaigns in Gujarat were followed by campaigns in the east in Bihar, Bengal, and Orissa. These campaigns were complicated by a revolt. There was expansion of Akbar's empire. Campaigns were launched in the northwest. Campaigns in the Deccan started, and parts of Ahmednagar were annexed. Akbar was distracted by the rebellion of Prince Salim. Image summary. The image is a painting of a man who appears to be of royalty. He is sitting in an ornate box-like structure, holding a flower and looking at himself in a mirror. The man is adorned with jewelry and a turban. Unlabeled summary. Military campaigns started by Akbar continued. The The Sisodiya ruler of Mewar accepted Mughal service. Less successful campaigns against the Sikhs, the Ahams and Ahmednagar followed. A prince rebelled in the last years of the reign. Efforts to marginalize a figure were unsuccessful. Jahangir's military campaigns were a continuation of Akbar's. The Sisodiya ruler of Mewar accepted Mughal service. Campaigns against certain groups were less successful. A prince rebelled near the end of his reign, and efforts to marginalize Jahangir were not successful. Shah Jahan's campaigns continued in the Deccan. There was an unsuccessful campaign to seize Balkh and Kandahar was lost. Ahmednagar was annexed, and Bijapur sued for peace. There was conflict over succession amongst Shah Jahan's sons. Shah Jahan continued Mughal campaigns in the Deccan. While some campaigns were successful, the campaign to seize Balkh was not, and Kandahar was lost. Ahmednagar was annexed, and Bijapur sued for peace. A conflict over succession occurred, leading to Aurangzeb's victory and Shah Jahan's imprisonment. Image summary: this is a portrait of a man. He is wearing a turban and jewelry. He has a beard and mustache. He is holding a ring in his left hand. He is sitting on a cushion. There are flowers in the background. He appears to be wealthy and of high status. Aurangzeb's reign involved initial success against the Ahams and campaigns in the northwest, but also faced rebellions from various groups, including the Marathas and Sikhs. He annexed Bijapur and Golconda, and his death led to a succession conflict. Unlabeled summary: the Ahams were initially defeated but rebelled again. Campaigns against the Yusufzai and Sikhs were temporarily successful. Intervention in Marwar led to rebellion. Campaigns against Shivaji were initially successful, but he later rebelled. Prince Akbar also rebelled and fled to Iran. Unlabeled summary: after rebellion, Aurangzeb sent armies against the Deccan Sultanates, annexing Bijapur and Golconda. Aurangzeb managed campaigns against the Marathas and faced rebellions in North India, the Northeast, and the Deccan. His death was followed by a succession conflict.
Mughal traditions of succession. Mughal traditions of succession. The Mughals did not believe in the rule of primogeniture, where the eldest son inherited his father's estate. Instead, they followed the Mughal and Timurid custom of coparcenary inheritance, or a division of the inheritance amongst all the sons. Follow the highlighted passages in Table 1 and note the evidence for rebellions by Mughal princes. Which do you think is a fairer division of inheritance, primogeniture or coparcenary? Mughal marriages with the Rajputs. The mother of Jahangir was a Kachwana princess, daughter of the Rajput ruler of Amber, modern-day Jaipur. The mother of Shah Jahan was a Rathor princess, daughter of the Rajput ruler of Marwar Jodhpur. Mughal relations with other rulers. Mughal relations with other rulers. Take a look at Table 1 once again. You will notice that the Mughal rulers campaigned constantly against rulers who refused to accept their authority. But as the Mughals became powerful, many other rulers also joined them voluntarily. The Rajputs are a good example of this. Many of them married their daughters into Mughal families and received high positions, but many resisted as well.
Definition: Jaghir, revenue assignments given to mansabdars as salaries.
The Sisodiya Rajputs of Mewar refused to accept Mughal authority for a long time. Once defeated, however, they were honorably treated by the Mughals, given their lands, Watan back as assignments, Watan Jaghir. The careful balance between defeating but not humiliating their opponents enabled the Mughals to extend their influence over many kings and chieftains. But it was difficult to keep this balance all the time. Look at Table 1 again. Note that Aurangzeb insulted Shivaji when he came to accept Mughal authority. What was the consequence of this insult? Mansabdars and Jagirdars. As the empire expanded to encompass different regions, the Mughals recruited diverse bodies of people. From a small nucleus of Turkish nobles, Turanis, they expanded to include Iranians, Indian Muslims, Afghans, Rajputs, Marathias, and other groups. Those who joined Mughal service were enrolled as mansabdars.
Definition: Zat, a numerical value used by the Mughals to determine the rank and salary of a mansabdar.
The term mansabdar refers to an individual who holds a mansab, meaning a position or rank. It was a grading system used by the Mughals to fix 1 rank, 2 salary, and 3 military responsibilities. Rank and salary were determined by a numerical value called zat. The higher the zat, the more prestigious was the noble's position in court and the larger his salary.
Definition: Sawar, cavalrymen maintained by the Mansabdar based on their military responsibilities.
The Mansabdar's military responsibilities required him to maintain a specified number of Sawar, or cavalrymen. The Mansabdar brought his cavalrymen for review, got them registered, their horses branded, and then received money to pay them as salary. Mansabdars received their salaries as revenue assignments called Jagirs, which were somewhat like iktas. But unlike muktis, most Mansabdars did not actually reside in or administer their Jagirs. They only had rights to the revenue of their assignments, which was collected for them by their servants, while the Zat-ranking nobles with a Zat of 5,000 were ranked higher than those of 1,000. In Akbar's reign, there were 29 Mansabdars with a rank of 5,000 Zat. By Aurangzeb's reign, the number of Mansabdars had increased to 79. Would this have meant more expenditure for the state? Figure 5. A Mansabdar on march with his Sawars. Collected was often less than the granted sum. There was also a huge increase in the number of Mansabdars, which meant a long wait before they received a Jagir. These and other factors created a shortage in the number of Jagirs. As a result, many Jagirdars tried to extract as much revenue as possible while they had a Jagir. Aurangzeb was unable to control these developments in the last years of his reign, and the peasantry therefore suffered tremendously. Mansabdars themselves served in some other part of the country.
Fig. 5 Summary. The image depicts a 9th century sluice gate in Tamil Nadu. The sluice gate regulates the outflow of water from a tank into the channels that irrigated the fields. The gate is traditionally a wood or metal barrier, which is commonly used to control water levels and flow rates in rivers and canals.
Definition: Zamindars, a term used by the Mughals to describe all intermediaries, whether they were local headmen of villages or powerful chieftains.
In Akbar's reign, these Jagirs were carefully assessed so that their revenues were roughly equal to the salary of the Mansabdar. By Aurangzeb's reign, this was no longer the case, and the actual revenue, the main source of income available to Mughal rulers, was tax on the produce of the peasantry. In most places, peasants paid taxes through the rural elites, that is, the headman or the local chieftain. The Mughals used one term zamindars to describe all intermediaries, whether they were local headmen of villages or powerful chieftains. Zapt and zamindars. Akbar's revenue minister, Tadar Mal, carried out a careful survey of crop yields, prices and areas cultivated for a 10-year period, 1570 to 1580. On the basis of this data, tax was fixed on each crop in cash. Each province was divided into revenue circles with its own schedule of revenue rates for individual crops. This revenue system was known as Zabt. It was prevalent in those areas where Mughal administrators could survey the land and keep very careful accounts. This was not possible in provinces such as Gujarat and Bengal. In some areas, the zamindars exercised a great deal of power. The exploitation by Mughal administrators could drive them to rebellion. Sometimes zamindars and peasants of the same caste allied in rebelling against Mughal authority. These peasant revolts challenged the stability of the Mughal Empire from the end of the 17th century. Akbarnama and Ainai Akbari. Akbar ordered one of his close friends and courtiers, Abul Fazl, to write a history of his reign. Abul Fazl wrote a 3-volume history of Akbar's reign, titled Akbarnama. The first volume dealt with Akbar's ancestors, and the second volume recorded the events of Akbar's reign. The third volume is the Ainai Akbari. It deals with Akbar's administration, household, army, the revenues, and the geography of his empire. It also provides rich details about the traditions and culture of the people living in India. The most interesting aspect about the Ainai Akbari is its rich statistical details about things as diverse as crops, yields, prices, wages, and revenues. A closer look, Akbar's policies. The broad features of administration were laid down by Akbar and were elaborately discussed by Abul Fazl in his book. The Akbarnama, in particular in its last volume, the Ainai Akbari.
7 definitions. Definition 1. Subas, provinces in which the Mughal Empire was divided, governed by a subadar. Definition 2. Subadar, the governor of a suba who carried out both political and military functions. Definition 3. Diwan, a financial officer in each suba. Definition 4. Bakshi, the military paymaster in each suba. Definition 5, Satar, the minister in charge of religious and charitable patronage in each suba. Definition 6, Faujdars, military commanders in each suba. Definition 7, Kothuval, the town police commander in each suba.
Abul Fazl explained that the empire was divided into provinces called subas, governed by a subadar who carried out both political and military functions. Each province also had a financial officer or diwan. For the maintenance of peace and order in his province, the subadar was supported by other officers such as the military paymaster, Bakshi, the minister in charge of religious and charitable patronage, Satar, military commanders, Faujdars, and the town police commander, Kothuval. Nur Jahan's influence in Jahangir's court. Maranissa married the Emperor Jahangir in 1611 and received the title Nur Jahan. She remained extremely loyal and supportive to the monarch. As a mark of honor, Jahangir struck silver coins bearing his own titles on one side and on the other the inscription, struck in the name of the Queen Begum, Nur Jahan. The adjoining document is an order farman of Nur Jahan. The square seal states, "Command of Her Most Sublime and Elevated Majesty Nur Jahan Padsha Begum." The round seal states, "By the son of Shah Jahangir, she became as brilliant as the moon. May Nur Jahan Padsha be the lady of the age." Dogma, a statement, or an interpretation, declared as authoritative with the expectation that it would be followed without question. Bigot, an individual who is intolerant of another person's religious beliefs or culture. Akbar's nobles commanded large armies and had access to large amounts of revenue. While they were loyal, the empire functioned efficiently, but by the end of the 17th century, many nobles had built independent networks of their own. Their loyalties to the empire were weakened by their own self-interest.
Definition. Sulai-Kul, Akbar's idea of universal peace, focusing on a system of ethics applicable to all regardless of religion.
While Akbar was at Fatehpur Sikri during the 1570s, he started discussions on religion with the ulama, brahmanas, Jesuit priests who were Roman Catholics, and Zoroastrians. These discussions took place in the Ibadat Khana. He was interested in the religion and social customs of different people. Akbar's interaction with people of different faiths made him realize that religious scholars who emphasized ritual and dogma were often bigots. Their teachings created divisions and disharmony amongst his subjects. This eventually, can you identify the Jesuit priests in this picture, led Akbar to the idea of Sulai-Kul, or universal peace. This idea of tolerance did not discriminate between people of different religions in his realm. Instead, it focused on a system of ethics, honesty, justice, peace that was universally applicable. Abul Fazl helped Akbar in framing a vision of governance around this idea of Sulai-Kul. This principle of governance was followed by Jahangir and Shah Jahan as well. Sulai-Kul Jahangir, Akbar's son, described his father's policy of Sulai-Kul in the following words. As in the wide expanse of the divine compassion, there is room for all classes and the followers of all creeds, so, in his imperial dominions, which on all sides were limited only by the sea, there was room for the professors of opposite religions, and for beliefs, good and bad, and the road to intolerance was closed. Sunnis and Shias met in one mosque and Christians and Jews in one church to pray. He consistently followed the principle of universal peace, Sulai-Kul.
Definition. Maktab Khana, translation bureau established at Fatehpur Sikri by Akbar for translation of Sanskrit works into Persian.
Akbar commissioned the translation of many Sanskrit works into Persian. A Maktab Khana, or translation bureau, was also established at Fatehpur Sikri for this purpose. The Mahabharata, Ramayana, Lilavati, and Yagavashisht were some of the notable Sanskrit works that were taken up for translation. The Razmnama, Persian translation of the Mahabharata, contains lavish illustrations of the events of Mahabharata. The Mughal Empire in the 17th century and after. The Mughal Empire in the 17th century and after the administrative and military efficiency of the Mughal Empire led to great economic and commercial prosperity. International travelers described it as the fabled land of wealth. But these same visitors were also appalled at the state of poverty that existed side by side with the greatest opulence. The inequalities were glaring. Documents from the 20th year of Shah, Jahan's reign inform us that the highest-ranking Mansabdars were only 445 in number out of a total of 8,000. This small number, a mere 5.6% of the total number of Mansabdars, received 61.5% of the total estimated revenue of the empire as salaries for themselves and their troopers. The Mughal emperors and their Mansabdars spent a great deal of their income on salaries and goods. This expenditure benefited the artisans and peasantry who supplied them with goods and produce. But the scale of revenue collection left very little for investment in the hands of the primary producers, the peasant and the artisan. The poorest amongst them lived from hand to mouth, and they could hardly consider investing in additional resources, tools and supplies to increase productivity. The wealthier peasantry and artisanal groups, the merchants and bankers, profited in this economic world. The enormous wealth and resources commanded by the Mughal elite made them an extremely powerful group of people in the late 17th century. As the authority of the Mughal emperor slowly declined, his servants emerged as powerful centers of power in the regions. They constituted new dynasties and held command of provinces like Hyderabad and Awadh. Although they continued to recognize the Mughal emperor in Delhi as their master, by the 18th century, the provinces of the empire had consolidated their independent political identities. We will read more about them in Chapter 10. Kings and queens. There were several great monarchs, all near contemporaries in different parts of the world in the 16th century. These included the ruler of Ottoman Turkey, Sultan Suleiman 1520–1566. During his rule, the Ottoman state expanded into Europe, seizing Hungary and besieging Austria. His armies also seized Baghdad and Iraq. Much of North Africa, all the way into Morocco, acknowledged Ottoman authority. Suleiman also reconstructed the Ottoman navy. Its domination over the eastern Mediterranean brought the navy into competition with Spain. In the Arabian Sea, it challenged the Portuguese. The monarch was given the title of Al-Kanuni, the lawgiver, because of the large number of regulations, Qanun, passed during his reign. These were aimed to standardize administrative procedures throughout the expanding domains of the empire, and specifically to protect the peasantry from forced labor and extraordinary taxes. Later, in the 17th century, when public order declined in the Ottoman domains, the reign of Suleiman Kanuni was remembered as a period of ideal governance. Find out more about Akbar's other contemporaries, the ruler of England, Queen Elizabeth I, 1558–1603, the Safavid ruler of Iran, Shah Abbas, 1588–1629, and the more controversial Russian ruler, Tsar Ivan IV Vasilievich, also called Ivan the Terrible, 1530–1584. Imagine you have inherited a kingdom. Remember, Babur and Akbar were about your age when they became rulers. How would you make your kingdom stable and prosperous?
Image summary. The image shows a cartoon character appearing to be thinking or imagining something. The character is sitting at a desk with a book open. The character is likely contemplating a question or scenario, possibly related to inheriting and ruling a kingdom.
Let's recall. 1. Match the following. Mansab Marwar Mongol governor Sisidia Rajput, Uzbek Rathor Rajput Muir Jahan rank Subadar Jahangir II. Fill in the blanks. Mughal Mansab Jagirzat Sawar Sulai Kul Primogeniture Kaparsinari Zabd Zamindar. A. The capital of Mirza Hakim, Akbar's half-brother, was B. The 5 Deccan sultanates were Berar, Khandesh, Ahmednagar, and C. If Zat determined a Mansabdar's rank and salary, Sawar indicated his D. Abul Fazl, Akbar's friend and counselor, helped him frame the idea of so that he could govern a society composed of many religions, cultures, and castes. 3. What were the central provinces under the control of the Mughals? 4. What was the relationship between the Mansabdar and the Jaghir? Let's understand 5. What was the role of the Zamindar in Mughal administration? 6. How were the debates with religious scholars important in the formation of Akbar's ideas on governance? 7. Why did the Mughals emphasize their Timurid and not their Mongol descent? Let's discuss 8. How important was the income from land revenue to the stability of the Mughal Empire? 9. Why was it important for the Mughals to recruit Mansabdars from diverse backgrounds and not just Tiranis and Iranis? 10. Like the Mughal Empire, India today is also made up of many social and cultural units. Does this pose a challenge to national integration? 11. Peasants were vital for the economy of the Mughal Empire. Do you think that they are as important today? Has the gap in the income between the rich and the poor in India changed a great deal from the period of the Mughals? Let's do 12. The Mughal Empire left its impact on the different regions of the subcontinent in a variety of ways. Find out if it had any impact in the city, village, or region in which you live. Rulers and buildings. Figure 1 shows the first balcony of the Qutb Minar. Qutbuddin Aibak had this constructed around 1199. Notice the pattern created under the balcony by the small arches and geometrical designs. Can you see two bands of inscriptions under the balcony? These are in Arabic. Notice that the surface of the minar is curved and angular. Placing an inscription on such a surface required great precision. Only the most skilled craftsperson could perform this task. Remember that very few buildings were made of stone or brick 800 years ago. What would have been the impact of a building like the Qutb Minar on observers in the 13th century?
Map 1 Summary. This is a map showing major kingdoms during the 7th to 12th centuries. The map depicts the geographical locations and extent of various dynasties, including the Gurjara Pratiharas, Rashtrakutas, Palas, Cholas, and Chehamanas. The map helps to understand the political landscape of the subcontinent during that time period, showing the relative positions and influence of different ruling powers.
Between the 8th and the 18th centuries, kings and their officers built two kinds of structures. The first were forts, palaces, garden residences, and tombs, safe, protected, and grandiose places of rest in this world and the next. The second were structures meant for public activity, including temples, mosques, tanks, wells, caravanserais, and bazaars. Kings were expected to care for their subjects, and by making structures for their use and comfort, rulers hoped to win their praise. Construction activity was also carried out by others, including merchants. They built temples, mosques, and wells. However, domestic architecture, large mansions, havelis of merchants, has survived only from the 18th century. Engineering skills and construction. Monuments provide an insight into the technologies used for construction. Take something like a roof, for example. We can make this by placing wooden beams or a slab of stone across four walls. But the task becomes difficult if we want to make a large room with an elaborate superstructure. This requires more sophisticated skills.
Definition. Trebate, a style of architecture where roofs, doors, and windows were made by placing a horizontal beam across two vertical columns.
Between the 7th and 10th centuries, architects started adding more rooms, doors, and windows to buildings. Roofs, doors, and windows were still made by placing a horizontal beam across two vertical columns, a style of architecture called trebate or corbelled. Between the 8th and 13th centuries, the trebate style was used in the construction of temples, mosques, tombs, and in buildings attached to large stepwells, bayalis. Built by Akbar, the Agra fort required 2,000 stone cutters, 2,000 cement and lime makers, and 8,000 laborers.
Definition. Shikara, a component of the Kandariya Mahadeva temple dedicated to Shiva.
What differences do you notice between the shikaras of the two temples? Can you make out that the shikara of the Rajarajeshwara temple is twice as high as that of the Kandariya Mahadeva? Temple construction in the early 11th century. The Kandariya Mahadeva temple dedicated to Shiva was constructed in 999 by the King Dangadeva of the Chandela dynasty. Figure 3b is the plan of the temple. An ornamented gateway led to an entrance, and the main hall Mahamandapa, where dances were performed. The image of the chief deity was kept in the main shrine, Garbhagriha. This was the place for ritual worship where only the king, his immediate family, and priests gathered. The Khajuraho complex contained royal temples where commoners were not allowed entry. The temples were decorated with elaborately carved sculptures.
Fig. 3b Summary. This is a plan of a temple. It depicts the layout of the Kandariya Mahadeva temple, including the ornamented gateway, entrance, main hall where dances were performed, and the main shrine where the image of the chief deity was kept. The temple complex contained royal temples where commoners were not allowed entry. The plan provides a visual representation of the temple's structure and the arrangement of its various components.
The Rajarajeshwara temple at Thanjavur had the tallest shikara amongst temples of its time. Constructing it was not easy because there were no cranes in those days, and the 90-ton stone for the top of the shikara was too heavy to lift manually. So the architects built an inclined path to the top of the temple, placed the boulder on rollers, and rolled it all the way to the top. The path started more than 4 kilometers away so that it would not be too steep. This was dismantled after the temple was constructed, but the residents of the area remembered the experience of the construction of the temple for a long time. Even now, a village near the temple is called Charupalam, the village of the incline.
Definition: arcuate, an architectural form where the weight of the superstructure above doors and windows was carried by arches.
2 technological and stylistic developments are noticeable from the 12th century. 1. The weight of the superstructure above the doors and windows was sometimes carried by arches. This architectural form was called arcuate. Compare figures 2a and 2b with figures 5a and 5b. 2. Limestone cement was increasingly used in construction. This was very high-quality cement, which, when mixed with stone chips, hardened into concrete. This made construction of large structures easier and faster. Take a look at the construction site in Figure 6.
Figure 6 Summary. This figure is a miniature depicting corruption during Shah Jahan's reign. It shows a corrupt officer accepting a bribe and a tax collector punishing poor peasants. The image suggests that corruption and mistreatment of peasants were prevalent issues during that time. Figure 5a Summary. The figure is a diagram of a true arch. The diagram highlights the keystone at the center of the arch, which transfers the weight of the superstructure to the base. The arch is a structural element that allows for the distribution of weight and support in buildings. Figure 5b Summary. This is an image of a true arch. The image shows a detail from the Alai Darwaza. The Alai Darwaza is located in the Quwat al-Islam Mosque in Delhi. The Alai Darwaza was built in the early 14th century. The arch is a structural element that can support a lot of weight. The arch is a strong and stable structure. The arch is also a beautiful and elegant structure.
Describe what the laborers are doing, the tools shown, and the means of carrying stones.
Figure 3a Summary. The image shows a temple from the early 11th century. The temple is highly decorated with elaborate carvings. The temple was dedicated to Shiva and constructed by the King Dangadeva of the Chandela dynasty. The image of the chief deity was kept in the main shrine, which was the place for ritual worship where only the king, his immediate family, and priests gathered.
Building temples, mosques, and tanks. Temples and mosques were beautifully constructed because they were places of worship. They were also meant to demonstrate the power, wealth, and devotion of the patron. Take the example of the Rajarajeshwara temple. An inscription mentions that it was built by King Rajarajadeva for the worship of his god, Rajarajeshwaram. Notice how the names. A royal architect. The Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan's chronicler declared that the ruler was the architect of the workshop of empire and religion. Of the ruler and the god are very similar. The king took the god's name because it was auspicious and he wanted to appear like a god. Through the rituals of worship in the temple, one god, Rajarajadeva, honored another, Rajarajeshwaram. The largest temples were all constructed by kings. The other, lesser deities in the temple were gods and goddesses of the allies and subordinates of the ruler. The temple was a miniature model of the world ruled by the king and his allies. As they worshipped their deities together in the royal temples, it seemed as if they brought the just rule of the gods on earth. Muslim sultans and padshaahs did not claim to be incarnations of God, but Persian court chronicles described the sultan as the shadow of God. An inscription in the Quwat al-Islam Mosque explained that God chose Aladdin as a king because he had the qualities of Moses and Solomon, the great lawgivers of the past. The greatest lawgiver and architect was God himself. He created the world out of chaos and introduced order and symmetry. As each new dynasty came to power, kings wanted to emphasize their moral right to be rulers. Constructing places of worship provided rulers with the chance to proclaim their close relationship with God, especially important in an age of rapid political change. Rulers also offered patronage to the learned and pious, and tried to transform their capitals and cities into great cultural centers that brought fame to their rule and their realm. It was widely believed that the rule of a just king would be an age of plenty when the heavens would not withhold rain. At the same time, making precious water available by constructing tanks and reservoirs was highly praised. Sultan Iltutmish won universal respect for constructing a large reservoir just outside Delhi Ikuna. It was called the Hawz-i Sultani, or the King's Reservoir. Can you find it on Map 1 in Chapter 3? Rulers often constructed tanks and reservoirs, big and small, for use by ordinary. The Persian terms abad, populated, prosperous, and abadi, flourishing, are both derived from the word ab, meaning water. Importance of water. People. Sometimes these tanks and reservoirs were part of a temple, mosque, note the small tank in the Jami Masjid in Figure 7, or a Gurdwara, a place of worship and congregation for Sikhs, Figure 8.
Fig. 7 Summary. The image depicts a historical scene. It showcases Akbar receiving the Akbar Nama from Abul Fazl. The illustration suggests a formal setting, possibly a royal court, with several figures present. The exchange of the manuscript seems to be a significant event, given the context of the Akbar Nama being a detailed historical account of Akbar's reign and administration. Fig. 8 Summary. The image shows Nur Jahan's farman, which is an order from her. The square seal on the document states, "Command of Her Most Sublime and Elevated Majesty Nur Jahan Pacha Begum." The round seal states, "By the son of Shah Jahangir she became as brilliant as the moon. May Nur Jahan Pacha be the lady of the age." Overall, the document highlights Nur Jahan's influence and authority during Jahangir's reign.
Why were temples targeted? Because kings built temples to demonstrate their devotion to God and their power and wealth. It is not surprising that, when they attacked one another's kingdoms, they often targeted these buildings. In the early 9th century, when the Pandyan king Srimara Srivalabha invaded Sri Lanka and defeated the king, Sina I, 831–851, the Buddhist monk and chronicler Dhammakitty noted, "He removed all the valuables. The statue of the Buddha made entirely of gold in the Jewel Palace, and the golden images in the various monasteries, all these he seized." The blow to the pride of the Sinhalese ruler had to be avenged, and the next Sinhalese ruler, Sina II, ordered his general to invade Madurai, the capital of the Pandyas. The Buddhist chronicler noted that the expedition made a special effort to find and restore the gold statue of the Buddha. Similarly, in the early 11th century, when the Chola king Rajendra I built a Shiva temple in his capital, he filled it with prized statues seized from defeated rulers. An incomplete list included a sun pedestal from the Chalukyas, a Ganesha statue, and several statues of Durga, a Nandi statue from the eastern Chalukyas, an image of Bhairava, a form of Shiva, and Bhairavi from the Kalingas of Orissa, and a Kali statue from the Palas of Bengal. Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni was a contemporary of Rajendra I. During his campaigns in the subcontinent. He attacked the temples of defeated kings and looted their wealth and idols. Sultan Mahmud was not a very important ruler at that time, but by destroying temples, especially the one at Somnath, he tried to win credit as a great hero of Islam. In the political culture of the Middle Ages, most rulers displayed their political might and military success by attacking and looting the places of worship of defeated rulers. In what ways do you think the policies of Rajendra I and Mahmud of Ghazni were a product of their times? How were the actions of the two rulers different? Gardens, tombs, and forts. Under the Mughals, architecture became more complex. Babur, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, and especially Shah Jahan were personally interested in literature, art, and architecture. In his autobiography, Babur described his interest in planning and laying out formal gardens, placed within rectangular walled enclosures and divided into 4 quarters by artificial channels.
Definition. Chahar Bagh, 4 gardens placed within rectangular walled enclosures and divided into 4 quarters by artificial channels.
These gardens were called Chahar Bagh, 4 gardens, because of their symmetrical division into quarters. Beginning with Akbar, some of the most beautiful Chahar Baghs were constructed by Jahangir and Shah Jahan in Kashmir, Agra, and Delhi. See Figure 9.
Figure 9 Summary. This is an image that depicts Akbar holding discussions with learned individuals of different faiths in the Ibadat Khana. The image shows Akbar in a formal setting, engaged in conversation with various religious figures. The scene suggests a meeting or dialogue between different religious representatives, emphasizing Akbar's interest in interfaith discourse and his policy of religious tolerance. The image likely aims to portray Akbar's efforts to promote understanding and harmony among diverse religious communities within his empire.
There were several important architectural innovations during Akbar's reign. For inspiration, Akbar's architects turned to the tombs of his Central Asian ancestor, Timur. The central towering dome and the tall gateway Pishtak became important aspects of Mughal architecture, first visible in Humayun's tomb. The tomb was placed in the center of a huge formal Chahar Bagh and built in the tradition known as 8 Paradises or Hasht Bihisht, a central hall surrounded by 8 rooms. The building was constructed with red sandstone, edged with white marble. It was during Shah Jahan's reign that the different elements of Mughal architecture were fused together in a grand harmonious synthesis. His reign witnessed a huge amount of construction activity, especially in Agra and Delhi. The ceremonial halls of public and private audience, Diwan-i-Khaz-o-Am, were carefully planned. Placed within a large courtyard, these courts were also described as Chihil-Atan or 40-pillared halls. Shah Jahan's audience halls were specially constructed to resemble a mosque. The pedestal on which his throne was placed was frequently described as the Qibla, the direction faced by Muslims at prayer, since everybody faced that direction when court was in session. The idea of the king as a representative of God on earth was suggested by these architectural features.
Definition: Payatradura, colored hard stones placed in depressions carved into marble or sandstone, creating beautiful, ornate patterns.
The connection between royal justice and the imperial court was emphasized by Shah Jahan in his newly constructed court in the Red Fort at Delhi. Behind the emperor's throne were a series of payatra, dura inlays, that depicted the legendary Greek god Orpheus playing the lute. It was believed that Orpheus's music could calm ferocious beasts until they coexisted together peaceably. The construction of Shah Jahan's audience hall aimed to communicate that the king's justice would treat the high and the low as equals, creating a world where all could live together in harmony. In the early years of his reign, Shah Jahan's capital was at Agra, a city where the nobility had constructed their homes on the banks of the river Yamuna. These were set in the midst of formal gardens constructed in the Chahar Bagh format. The Chahar Bagh garden also had a variation that historians describe as the riverfront garden. In this, the dwelling was not located in the middle of the Chahar Bagh, but at its edge, close to the bank of the river. Shah Jahan adapted the riverfront garden in the layout of the Taj Mahal, the grandest architectural accomplishment of his reign. Here, the white marble mausoleum was placed on a terrace by the edge of the river, and the garden was to its south. Shah Jahan Payatradura colored, hard stones placed in depressions carved into marble or sandstone, creating beautiful, ornate patterns. Developed this architectural form as a means to control the access that nobles had to the river. In the new city of Shah Jahanabad that he constructed in Delhi, the imperial palace commanded the riverfront. Only specially favored nobles, like his eldest son Dara Shikoh, were given access to the river. All others had to construct their homes in the city away from the river Yamuna.
Figure 10 Summary. The figure is a painting. It depicts Babur overseeing workers constructing a Chahar Bagh in Kabul. The painting illustrates the characteristic design of a Chahar Bagh, featuring intersecting channels. Figure 13 Summary. This is an image of the Taj Mahal at Agra. The Taj Mahal is situated on a terrace by the edge of a river, and the garden is to its south. The mausoleum is made of white marble. Figure 14 Summary. The figure is a reconstruction from a map of the riverfront garden city of Agra. The garden palaces of the nobles are placed on both banks of the Yamuna River. The Taj Mahal is located on the left side of the reconstruction. The layout of Agra is different from Shah Jahanabad. Fig. 15 Summary. The image is a map of Shah Jahanabad from 1850. The map depicts the city layout, including the emperor's residence, gardens, the main street, and the Jami Masjid. The city appears more crowded, but there are also many large gardens.
Region and empire. As construction activity increased between the 8th and 18th centuries, there was also a considerable sharing of ideas across regions. The traditions of one region were adopted by another. In Vijayanagara, for example, the elephant stables of the rulers were interior of temple of Govind Deva in Vrindavan, 1590. The temple was constructed out of red sandstone. Notice the 2 out of 4 intersecting arches that made the high ceiling roof. This style of architecture is from northeast Iran, Khurasan, and was used in Fatehpur Sikri. strongly influenced by the style of architecture found in the adjoining sultanates of Bijapur and Golconda, see Chapter 6. In Vrindavan, near Mathura, temples were constructed in architectural styles that were very similar to the Mughal palaces in Fatehpur Sikri. The creation of large empires that brought different regions under their rule helped in this cross-fertilization of artistic forms and architectural styles. Mughal rulers were particularly skilled in adapting regional architectural styles in the construction of their own buildings. In Bengal, for example, the local rulers had developed a roof that was designed to resemble a thatched hut. The Mughals liked this Bangla dome, see figures 11 and 12 in Chapter 9, so much that they used it in their architecture. The impact of other regions was also evident. In Akbar's capital at Fatehpur Sikri, many of the buildings show the influence of the architectural styles of Gujarat and Malwa.
Fig. 11 Summary. The image shows the tomb of Humayun, constructed between 1562 and 1571. The tomb is placed in the center of a huge formal garden. The tomb has a central towering dome and a tall gateway. The building was constructed with red sandstone, edged with white marble. The tomb is an example of Mughal architecture and is an important cultural heritage site. The water channels are also visible in the image. Figure 12 Summary. The image shows the throne balcony in the Diwan, in Delhi. The throne balcony is elevated and ornately decorated. The structure is made of stone and features arches and pillars. The throne balcony is situated within a larger hall or courtyard. The throne balcony is a significant architectural element, representing the power and authority of the ruler.
Even though the authority of the Mughal rulers waned in the 18th century, the architectural styles developed under their patronage were constantly used and adapted by other rulers whenever they tried to establish their own kingdoms.
Figure 16 Summary. The image shows the interior of the Govind Deva temple in Vrindavan. The temple was constructed out of red sandstone. The architecture includes intersecting arches that create a high ceiling. This architectural style originates from northeast Iran and was also used in Fatehpur Sikri. The temple's architectural style is similar to Mughal palaces. Fig. 17 Summary. This image shows an interior architectural view. The image depicts decorated pillars and struts holding the extension of the roof in Jod Bhai Palace in Fatehpur Sikri. The architecture follows traditions of the Gujarat region.
Churches that touch the skies. From the 12th century onwards, attempts began in France to build churches that were taller and lighter than earlier buildings. This architectural style, known as Gothic, was distinguished by high-pointed arches, the use of stained glass, often painted with scenes drawn from the Bible, and flying buttresses. Tall spires and bell towers which were visible from a distance were added to the church. One of the best-known examples of this architectural style is the Church of Notre Dame in Paris, which was constructed through several decades in the 12th and 13th centuries. Look at the illustration and try and identify the bell towers. Imagine you are an artisan standing on a tiny wooden platform held together by bamboo and rope 50 meters above the ground. You have to place an inscription under the first balcony of the Qutb Minar. How would you do this?
Image Summary. The image shows a cartoon-style illustration of a person, seemingly contemplating a question or problem. The person is holding a writing utensil and appears to be in a state of thought or confusion. The illustration accompanies a prompt that asks the reader to imagine themselves in a challenging situation, further suggesting the person in the image is engaged in problem-solving or creative thinking.
Let's recall. 1. How is the Trebate principle of architecture different from the arcuate? 2. What is a shikara? 3. What is Payatradura? 4. What are the elements of a Mughal Chahar back garden? Let's understand. 5. How did a temple communicate the importance of a king? 6. An inscription in Shah Jahan's Diwar-i-Kaz in Delhi stated, "If there is paradise on earth, it is here, it is here, it is here." How was this image created? 7. How did the Mughal court suggest that everyone, the rich and the poor, the powerful and the weak, received justice equally from the emperor? 8. What role did the Yamuna play in the layout of the new Mughal city at Shah Jahanabad? Go through the chapter and make your own list of 6 keywords. For each of these, write a sentence indicating why you chose the word. Let's discuss. 9. The rich and powerful construct large houses today. In what ways were the constructions of kings and their courtiers different in the past? 10. Look at Figure 4. How could that building be constructed faster today?
Figure 4 summary. The figure shows a bronze sculpture. The sculpture is of a female figure adorned with jewelry and clothing. The statue is intricately decorated.
Let's do 11. Find out whether there is a statue of or a memorial to a great person in your village or town. Why was it placed there? What purpose does it serve? 12. Visit and describe any park or garden in your neighborhood. In what ways is it similar to or different from the gardens of the Mughals? 6 towns, traders and craftspersons. What would a traveler visiting a medieval town expect to find? This would depend on what kind of a town it was: a temple town, an administrative center, a commercial town, or a port town, to name just some possibilities. In fact, many towns combined several functions. They were administrative centers, temple towns, as well as centers of commercial activities and craft production. Administrative centers. You read about the Chola dynasty in Chapter 2. Let's travel in our imagination to Thanjavur, the capital of the Cholas, as it was 1,000 years ago. The perennial river Kaveri flows near this beautiful town. One hears the bells of the Rajarajeshwara temple built by King Rajaraja Chola. The townspeople are all praised for its architect Kunjaramalan Rajaraja Paranthachan, who has proudly carved his name on the temple wall. Inside is a massive Shiva linga. Besides the temple, there are palaces with mandapas or pavilions. Kings hold court in these mandapas, issuing orders to their subordinates. There are also barracks for the army. The town is bustling with markets selling grain, spices, cloth, and jewelry. Water supply for the town comes from wells and tanks. The Salia weavers of Thanjavur and the nearby town of Urayur are busy producing cloth for flags to be used in the temple festival, fine cottons for the king and nobility, and coarse cotton for the masses. Some distance away at Svamamalai, the Esthapatis or sculptors are making exquisite bronze idols and tall, ornamental bell metal lamps. Temple towns and pilgrimage centers. Thanjavur is also an example of a temple town. Temple towns represent a very important pattern of urbanization, the process by which cities develop. Temples were often central to the economy and society. Rulers built temples to demonstrate their devotion to various deities. They also endowed temples with grants of land and money to carry out elaborate rituals, feed pilgrims and priests, and celebrate festivals. Pilgrims who flocked to the temples also made donations. Bronze, bell metal, and the lost wax technique. Bronze is an alloy containing copper and tin. Bell metal contains a greater proportion of tin than other kinds of bronze. This produces a bell-like sound. Chola bronze statues, see Chapter 2, were made using the lost wax technique. First, an image was made of wax. This was covered with clay and allowed to dry. Next, it was heated, and a tiny hole was made in the clay cover. The molten wax was drained out through this hole. Then molten metal was poured into the clay mold through the hole. Once the metal cooled and solidified, the clay cover was carefully removed, and the image was cleaned and polished. What do you think were the advantages of using this technique? Temple authorities used their wealth to finance trade and banking. Gradually, a large number of priests, workers, artisans, traders, etc. settled near the temple to cater to its needs and those of the pilgrims. Thus grew temple towns. Towns emerged around temples such as those of Bilasvaman, Bilsa or Vidisha in Madhya Pradesh, and Somnath in Gujarat. Other important temple towns included Kanchipuram and Madurai in Tamil Nadu and Tirupati in Andhra Pradesh. Pilgrimage centers also slowly developed into townships. Vrindavan, Uttar Pradesh, and Tiruvannamalai, Tamil Nadu, are examples of 2 such towns. Ajmer, Rajasthan, was the capital of the Chauhan kings in the 12th century and later became the Suba headquarters under the Mughals. It provides an excellent example of religious coexistence. Khwaja Muinuddin Kishti, make a list of towns in your district and try to classify these as administrative centers or as temple pilgrim centers. Celebrated Sufi saint, see also Chapter 8, who settled there in the 12th century, attracted devotees from all creeds. Near Ajmer is a lake, Pushkar, which has attracted pilgrims from ancient times. A network of small towns.
2 definitions. Definition 1, Mandapika, a Mandi of later times. Definition 2, Hada, a Hod of later times.
From the 8th century onwards, the subcontinent was dotted with several small towns. These probably emerged from large villages. They usually had a mandapika, or mandi of later times, to which nearby villagers brought their produce to sell. They also had market streets called hatta, hat of later times, lined with shops. Besides, there were streets for different kinds of artisans such as potters, oil pressers, sugar makers, toddy makers, smiths, stonemasons, etc. While some traders lived in the town, others traveled from town to town. Many came from far and near to these towns to buy local articles and sell products of distant places like horses, salt, camphor, saffron, betel nut, and spices like pepper. Usually a samanta, or in later times, a zamindar built a fortified palace in or near these towns. They levied taxes on traders, artisans, and articles of trade, and sometimes donated the right to collect these taxes to local temples, which had been built by themselves or by rich merchants. These rights were recorded in inscriptions that have survived to this day. Taxes on markets. The following is a summary from a 10th century inscription from Rajasthan, which lists the dues that were to be collected by temple authorities. There were taxes in kind on sugar and jaggery, dyes, thread, and cotton, on coconuts, salt, areca nuts, butter, sesame oil, on cloth. Besides, there were taxes on traders, on those who sold metal goods, on distillers, on oil, on cattle fodder, and on loads of grain. Some of these taxes were collected in kind, while others were collected in cash. Find out more about present-day taxes on markets. Who collects these, how are they collected, and what are they used for? Traders big and small. There were many kinds of traders. These included the banjaras, see also Chapter 7. Several traders, especially horse traders, formed associations, with headmen who negotiated on their behalf with warriors who bought horses. Since traders had to pass through many kingdoms and forests, they usually traveled in caravans and formed guilds to protect their interests. There were several such guilds in South India from the 8th century onwards, the most famous being the Manigramam and Nanadsi. These guilds traded extensively both within the peninsula and with Southeast Asia and China. As you can see, during this period there was a great circulation of people and goods. What impact do you think this would have had on the lives of people in towns and villages? Make a list of artisans living in towns. There were also communities like the Chettiars and the Marwari Oswal who went on to become the principal trading groups of the country. Gujarati traders, including the communities of Hindu Baniyas and Muslim Bohras, traded extensively with the ports of the Red Sea, Persian Gulf, East Africa, Southeast Asia, and China. They sold textiles and spices in these ports, and in exchange, brought gold and ivory from Africa, and spices, tin, Chinese blue pottery, and silver from Southeast Asia and China. The towns on the west coast were home to Arab, Persian, Chinese, Jewish, and Syrian Christian traders. Indian spices and cloth sold in the Red Sea ports were purchased by Italian traders and eventually reached European markets, fetching very high profits. Spices grown in tropical climates, pepper, cinnamon, nutmeg, dried ginger, etc., became an important part of European cooking, and cotton cloth was very attractive. This eventually drew European traders to India. We will shortly read about how this changed the face of trading and towns. Kabul. With its rugged, mountainous landscape, Kabul in present-day Afghanistan became politically and commercially important from the 16th century onwards. Kabul and Kandahar were linked to the celebrated Silk Route. Besides, trade in horses was primarily carried on through this route. In the 17th century, Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, a diamond merchant, estimated that the horse trade at Kabul amounted to Rs 30,000 annually, which was a huge sum in those days. Camels carried dried fruits, dates, carpets, silks, and even fresh fruits from Kabul to the subcontinent and elsewhere. Slaves were also brought here for sale. Crafts in towns. Crafts in towns. The craftspersons of Bidar were so famed for their inlay work in copper and silver that it came to be called Bidri. The Panchalas or Vishwakarma community, consisting of goldsmiths, bronzesmiths, blacksmiths, masons, and carpenters, were essential to the building of temples. They also played an important role in the construction of palaces, big buildings, tanks, and reservoirs. Similarly, weavers such as the Saliyar or Kaikolars emerged as prosperous communities, making donations to temples. Some aspects of cloth making like cotton cleaning, spinning and dyeing became specialized and independent crafts. The changing fortunes of towns. Some towns, like Ahmedabad, Gujarat, went on to become major commercial cities, but others like Thanjavur shrank in size and importance over the centuries. Murshidabad, West Bengal, on the banks of the Bhagirathi, which rose to prominence as a center for silks and became the capital of Bengal in 1704, declined in the course of the century as the weavers faced competition from cheap mill-made cloth from England. A closer look, Hampi, Masuliputam, and Surat. The architectural splendor of Hampi. Hampi is located in the Krishna-Tungabhadra basin, which formed the nucleus of the Vijayanagara Empire, founded in 1336. The magnificent ruins at Hampi reveal a well-fortified city. No mortar or cementing agent was used in the construction of these walls, and the technique followed was to wedge them together by interlocking. A fortified city. This is how a Portuguese traveler, Domingo Pires, described Hampi in the 16th century. At the entrance of the gate where those pass who come from Goa, this king has made within it a very strong city fortified with walls and towers. These walls are not like those of other cities, but are made of very strong masonry such as would be found in few other parts, and inside very beautiful rows of buildings made after their manner with flat roofs. Why do you think the city was fortified? The architecture of Hampi was distinctive. The buildings in the royal complex had splendid arches, domes, and pillared halls with niches for holding sculptures. They also had well-planned orchards and pleasure gardens with sculptural motifs such as the lotus and corbels. In its heyday in the 15th-16th centuries, Hampi bustled with commercial and cultural activities. Muslim merchants, chettis, and agents of European traders such as the Portuguese thronged the markets of Hampi. Temples were the hub of cultural activities, and Devadasis, temple dancers, performed before the deity, royalty, and masses in the many-pillared halls in the Virupaksha, a form of Shiva temple. The Mahanavami festival, known today as Navaratri in the south, was one of the most important festivals celebrated at Hampi. Archaeologists have, during their rule, the Vijayanagara rulers took keen interest in building tanks and canals. The Anantraj Sagar tank was built with a 1.37 kilometers long earthen dam across the Madabai River. Krishnadeva Raya built a huge stone embankment between two hills to create a massive lake near Vijayanagara, from which water was carried through aqueducts and channels to irrigate fields and gardens. Found the Mahanavami platform, where the king received guests and accepted tribute from subordinate chiefs. From here, he also watched dance and music performances, as well as wrestling bouts. Hampi fell into ruin following the defeat of Vijayanagara in 1565 by the Deccan Sultans, the rulers of Golconda, Bijapur, Ahmednagar, Berar, and Bidar. A gateway to the west, Surat. Surat in Gujarat was the emporium of Western trade during the Mughal period, along with Cambay, present-day Combat, and somewhat later, Ahmedabad. Surat was the gateway for trade with West Asia via the Gulf of Ormuz. Surat has also been called the gate to Mecca because many pilgrim ships set sail from here. The city was cosmopolitan, and people of all castes and creeds lived there. In the 17th century, the Portuguese, Dutch, and English had their factories and warehouses at Surat. According to the English chronicler, Ovington, who wrote an account of the port in 1689, on average 100 ships of different countries could be found anchored at the port at any given time. There were also several retail and wholesale shops selling cotton textiles. The textiles of Surat were famous for their gold lace borders zari and had a market in West Asia, Africa, and Europe. The state built numerous rest houses to take care of the needs of people from all over the world who came to the city. There were magnificent buildings and innumerable pleasure parks. The Kathiawad Seths, or Mahajans, money changers, had huge banking houses at Surat. It is noteworthy that the Surat Hundis were honored in the far-off markets of Cairo in Egypt, Basra in Iraq, and Antwerp in Belgium. However, Surat began to decline towards the end of the 17th century. This was because of many factors: the loss of markets and productivity because of the decline of the Mughal Empire, control of the sea routes by the Portuguese, and competition from Bombay, present-day Mumbai, where the English East India Company shifted its headquarters in 1668. Today, Surat is a bustling commercial center. Fishing in troubled waters, Masuliputam. The town of Masuliputam or Machiliputnam, literally, fish port town, lay on the delta of the Krishna River. In the 17th century, it was a center of intense activity. Both the Dutch and English East India Companies attempted to control Masuliputam as it became the most important port on the Andhra coast. The fort at Masuliputam was built by the Dutch. A poor fisher town. This is a description of Masuliputam by William Methwold, a factor of the English East India Company, in 1620. This is the chief port of Golconda, where the Right Worshipful East India Company have their agent. It is a small town but populous, unwalled, ill-built and worse situated. Within all the springs are brackish. It was first a poor fisher town. Afterwards, the convenience of the road, a place where ships can anchor, made it a residence for merchants, and so continues since our and the Dutch nation frequented this coast. Why did the English and the Dutch decide to establish settlements in Masuliputam? The Quip Shahi rulers of Golconda imposed royal monopolies on the sale of textiles, spices, and other items to prevent the trade passing completely into the hands of the various East India Companies. Fierce. Factor. Official in charge of trading activities of the European trading companies. Competition among various trading groups, the Golconda nobles, Persian merchants, Telugu Kamadi Chettis, and European traders made the city populous and prosperous. As the Mughals began to extend their power to Golconda, their representative, the governor Mir Jumla, who was also a merchant, began to play off the Dutch and the English against each other. In 1686 to 1687, Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb annexed Golconda. This caused the European companies to look for alternatives. It was a part of the new policy of the English East India Company that it was not enough if a port had connections with the production centers of the hinterland. The new company trade centers, it was felt, should combine political, administrative, and commercial roles. As the company traders moved to Bombay, Calcutta, present-day Kolkata, and Madras, present-day Chennai, Masuliputam lost both its merchants and prosperity and declined in the course of the 18th century, being today nothing more than a dilapidated little town. New towns and traders. In the 16th and 17th centuries, European countries were searching for spices and textiles, which had become popular both in Europe and West Asia. The English, Dutch, and French formed East India Companies in order to expand their commercial activities in the East. Initially, great Indian traders like Mullah Abdul Ghaffar and Vijayavora, who owned a large number of ships, competed with them. However, the European companies used their naval power to gain control of the sea trade and forced Indian traders to work as their agents. Ultimately, the English emerged as the most successful commercial and political power in the subcontinent. The spurt in demand for goods like textiles led to a great expansion of the crafts of spinning, weaving, bleaching, dyeing, etc., with more and more people taking them up. Indian textile designs became increasingly refined. However, this period also saw the decline of the independence of craftspersons. They now began to work on a system of advances, which meant that they had to weave cloth which was already promised to European agents. Weavers no longer had the liberty of selling their own cloth or weaving their own patterns. They had to reproduce the designs supplied to them by the company agents. The 18th century saw the rise of Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras, which are nodal cities today. Crafts and commerce underwent major changes as merchants and artisans, such as weavers, were moved into the black towns established by the European companies within these new cities. The blacks, or native traders and craftspersons, were confined here, while the white rulers occupied the superior residencies of Fort St. George in Madras or Fort St. William in Calcutta. The story of crafts and commerce in the 18th century will be taken up next year. Vasco da Gama and Christopher Columbus. In the 15th century, European sailors undertook unprecedented explorations of sea routes. They were driven by the desire to find ways of reaching the Indian subcontinent and obtaining spices. Vasco da Gama, a Portuguese sailor, sailed down the African coast, went round the Cape of Good Hope, and crossed over to the Indian Ocean. His first journey took more than a year. He reached Calicut in 1498 and returned to Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, the following year. He lost 2 of his 4 ships, and of the 170 men at the start of the journey, only 54 survived. In spite of the obvious hazards, the routes that were opened up proved to be extremely profitable, and he was followed by English, Dutch, and French sailors. The search for sea routes to India had another unexpected fallout. On the assumption that the Earth was round, Christopher Columbus, an Italian, decided to sail westwards across the Atlantic Ocean to find a route to India. He landed in the West Indies, which got their name because of this confusion, in 1492. He was followed by sailors and conquerors from Spain and Portugal, who occupied large parts of Central and South America, often destroying earlier settlements in the area. Imagine you are planning a journey from Surat to West Asia in the 17th century. What are the arrangements you will make? Let's recall. 1. Fill in the blanks. A. The Rajrajeshwara temple was built in. B. Ajmer is associated with the Sufi saint. C. Hampi was the capital of the empire. D. The Dutch established a settlement in Andhra Pradesh. A. We know the name of the architect of the Rajrajeshwara temple from an inscription. B. Merchants preferred to travel individually rather than in caravans. C. Kabul was a major center for trade in elephants. D. Surat was an important trading port on the Bay of Bengal. 3. How was water supplied to the city of Thanjavur? 4. Who lived in the black towns, in cities such as Madras? Temple towns, urbanization, Vishwakarma, Emporium, black town. Let's understand. 5. Why do you think towns grew around temples? 6. How important were craftspersons for the building and maintenance of temples? 7. Why did people from distant lands visit Surat? 8. In what ways was craft production in cities like Calcutta different from that in cities like Thanjavur? Let's discuss. 9. Compare any one of the cities described in this chapter with a town or a village with which you are familiar. Do you notice any similarities or differences? 10. What were the problems encountered by merchants? Do you think some of these problems persist today? Let's do. 11. Find out more about the architecture of either Thanjavur or Hampi and prepare a scrapbook illustrating temples and other buildings from these cities. 12. Find out about any present-day pilgrimage center. Why do you think people go there? What do they do there? Are there any shops in the area? If so, what is bought and sold there? 7. Tribes, nomads, and settled communities. You saw in chapters 2, 3, and 4 how kingdoms rose and fell. Even as this was happening, new arts, crafts, and production activities flourished in towns and villages. Over the centuries, important political, social, and economic developments had taken place. But social change was not the same everywhere, because different kinds of societies evolved differently. It is important to understand how and why this happened. In large parts of the subcontinent, society was already divided according to the rules of Varna. These rules, as prescribed by the Brahmanas, were accepted by the rulers of large kingdoms. The difference between the high and low, and between the rich and poor, increased. Under the Delhi Sultans and the Mughals, this hierarchy between social classes grew further. Beyond big cities, tribal societies. There were, however, other kinds of societies as well. Many societies in the subcontinent did not follow the social rules and rituals prescribed by the Brahmanas, nor were they divided into numerous unequal classes. Such societies are often called tribes. On a physical map of the subcontinent, identify the areas in which tribal people may have lived. Members of each tribe were united by kinship bonds. Many tribes obtained their livelihood from agriculture. Others were hunter-gatherers or herders. Most often they combined these activities to make full use of the natural resources of the area in which they lived. Some tribes were nomadic and moved from one place to another. A tribal group controlled land and pastures jointly and divided these amongst households according to its own rules. Many large tribes thrived in different parts of the subcontinent. They usually lived in forests, hills, deserts, and places difficult to reach. Sometimes they clashed with the more powerful caste-based societies. In various ways, the tribes retained their freedom and preserved their separate culture. But the caste-based and tribal societies also depended on each other for their diverse needs. This relationship, of conflict and dependence, gradually caused both societies to change.
Image summary. The image is a question mark icon. The question prompts the reader to identify areas on a physical map of the subcontinent where tribal people may have lived. Tribal people lived in almost every region of the subcontinent, and the area and influence of a tribe varied at different points in time. Some powerful tribes controlled large territories.
Who were tribal people? Contemporary historians and travelers give very scanty information about tribes. A few exceptions apart, tribal people did not keep written records, but they preserved rich customs and oral traditions. These were passed down to each new generation. Present-day historians have started using such oral traditions to write tribal histories. Tribal people were found in almost every region of the subcontinent. The area and influence of a tribe varied at different points of time. Some powerful tribes controlled large territories. In Punjab, the Khakar tribe was very influential during the 13th and 14th centuries. Later, the Ghakkars became more important. Their chief, Kamal Khan Ghakkar, was made a noble Mansabdar by Emperor Akbar. In Multan and Sindh, the Langas and Arghans dominated extensive regions before they were subdued by the Mughals. The Baloches were another large and powerful tribe in the northwest. They were divided into many smaller clans under different chiefs. In the western Himalaya lived the shepherd tribe of Gadis. The distant northeastern part of the subcontinent, too, was entirely dominated by tribes, the Nagas, Ahams, and many others. In many areas of present-day Bihar and Jharkhand, Chero chiefdoms had emerged by the 12th century. Raja Man Singh, Akbar's famous general, attacked and defeated the Cheros in 1591. A large amount of booty was taken from them, but they were not entirely subdued. Under Aurangzeb, Mughal forces captured many Chero fortresses and subjugated the tribe. The Mundas and Santals were among the other important tribes that lived in this region and also in Orissa and Bengal. Clan. A clan is a group of families or households claiming descent from a common ancestor. Tribal organization is often based on kinship or clan loyalties. The Maharashtra highlands and Karnataka were home to Kolis, Barads, and numerous others. Kolis also lived in many areas of Gujarat. Further south, there were large tribal populations of Koragas, Veddars, Maravars, and many others. The large tribe of Bhils was spread across western and central India. By the late 16th century, many of them had become settled agriculturists and some even zamindars. Many Bhil clans, nevertheless, remained hunter-gatherers. The Gonds were found in great numbers across the present-day states of Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Andhra Pradesh. How nomads and mobile people lived. Nomadic pastoralists moved over long distances with their animals. They lived on milk and other pastoral products. They also exchanged wool, ghee, etc. with settled agriculturists for grain, cloth, utensils, and other products. They bought and sold these goods as they moved from one place to another, transporting them on their animals. The Banjaras were the most important trader nomads. Their caravan was called Tanda. Sultan Alauddin Khalji, Chapter 3, used the Banjaras to transport grain to the city markets. Emperor Jahangir wrote in his memoirs that the Banjaras carried grain on their bullocks from different areas and sold it in towns. They transported food grain for the Mughal army during military campaigns. With a large army, there could be 100,000 bullocks carrying grain. The Banjaras. Peter Mundy, an English trader who came to India during the early 17th century, has described the Banjaras. In the morning, we met a tanda of Banjaras with 14,000 oxen. They were all laden with grains such as wheat and rice. These Banjaras carry their household, wives, and children along with them. One tanda consists of many families. Their way of life is similar to that of carriers who continuously travel from place to place. They own their oxen. They are sometimes hired by merchants, but most commonly they are themselves merchants. They buy grain where it is cheaply available and carry it to places where it is dearer. From there, they again reload their oxen with anything that can be profitably sold in other places. In a tanda, there may be as many as 600 or 700 persons. They do not travel more than 6 or 7 miles a day, that too, in the cool weather. After unloading their oxen, they turn them free to graze as there is enough land here, and no one there to forbid them. Find out how grain is transported from villages to cities at present. In what ways is this similar to or different from the ways in which the Banjaras functioned? Nomads and itinerant groups. Nomads are wandering people. Many of them are pastoralists who roam from one pasture to another with their flocks and herds. Similarly, itinerant groups, such as craftspersons, peddlers, and entertainers, travel from place to place, practicing their different occupations. Both nomads and itinerant groups often visit the same places every year. Many pastoral tribes reared and sold animals, such as cattle and horses, to the prosperous people. Different castes of petty peddlers also traveled from village to village. They made and sold wares such as ropes, reeds, straw matting, and coarse sacks. Sometimes mendicants acted as wandering merchants. There were castes of entertainers who performed in different towns and villages for their livelihood. Changing society, new castes and hierarchies. As the economy and the needs of society grew, people with new skills were required. Smaller castes or jatis emerged within varnas. For example, new castes appeared amongst the brahmanas. On the other hand, many tribes and social groups were taken into caste-based society and given the status of jatis. Specialized artisans, smiths, carpenters, and masons were also recognized as separate jatis by the brahmanas. Jatis, rather than varna, became the basis for organizing society. Deliberations on jati. A 12th century inscription from Ayyakondan Udayar in Tiruchirappalli Taluka, in present-day Tamil Nadu, describes the deliberations in a Sabha, Chapter 2 of Brahmanas. They deliberated on the status of a group known as Rathakaras, literally, chariot makers. They laid down their occupations, which were to include architecture, building coaches and chariots, erecting gateways for temples with images in them, preparing wooden equipment used to perform sacrifices, building mandapas, making jewels for the king. Among the Kshatriyas, new Rajput clans became powerful by the 11th and 12th centuries. They belonged to different lineages, such as Hunas, Chandelas, Chalukyas, and others. Some of these, too, had been tribes earlier. Many of these clans came to be regarded as Rajputs. They gradually replaced the older rulers, especially in agricultural areas. Here a developed society was emerging, and rulers used their wealth to create powerful states. The rise of Rajput clans to the position of rulers set an example for the tribal people to follow. Gradually, with the support of the Brahmanas, many tribes became part of the caste system, but only the leading tribal families could join the ruling class. A large majority joined the lower jatis of caste society. On the other hand, many dominant tribes of Punjab, Sindh, and the northwest frontier had adopted Islam quite early. They continued to reject the caste system. The unequal social order, prescribed by Orthodox Hinduism, was not widely accepted in these areas. The emergence of states is closely related to social change amongst tribal people. Two examples of this important part of our history are described below. A closer look. The Gonds. The Gonds lived in a vast forested region called Gondwana, or country inhabited by Gonds. They practiced shifting cultivation. The large Gond tribe was further divided into many smaller clans. Each clan had its own Raja or Rai. About the time that the power of the Delhi Sultans was declining, a few large Gond kingdoms were beginning to dominate the smaller Gond chiefs. The Akbarnama, a history of Akbar's reign, mentions the Gond kingdom of Garha Katanga that had 70,000 villages. The administrative system of these kingdoms was becoming centralized. The kingdom was divided into shifting cultivation. Trees and bushes in a forest area are first cut and burnt. The crop is sown in the ashes. When this land loses its fertility, another plot of land is cleared and planted in the same way. Durgawati, the daughter of Salbahan, the Chandal Rajput Raja of Mehoba. Dalpat, however, died early. Rani Durgawati was very capable and started ruling on behalf of her 5-year-old son, Bur Narain. Under her, the kingdom became even more extensive. In 1565, the Mughal forces under Asaf Khan attacked Garha Katanga. A strong resistance was put up by Rani Durgawati. She was defeated and preferred to die rather than surrender. Her son, too, died fighting soon after. Gars. Each Gar was controlled by a particular Gond clan. This was further divided into units of 84 villages called Chaurasi. The Chaurasi was subdivided into Barhats, which were made up of 12 villages each. the emergence of large states changed the nature of Gandh's society. Their basically equal society gradually got divided into unequal social classes. Brahmanas received land grants from the Gand Rajas and became more influential. The Gand chiefs now wished to be recognized as Rajputs. So, Aman Das, the Gand Raja of Garha Katanga, assumed the title of Sangram Shah. His son, Dalpat, married Princess Garha Katanga, was a rich state. It earned much wealth by trapping and exporting wild elephants to other kingdoms. When the Mughals defeated the Gandhs, they captured a huge booty of precious khans and elephants. They annexed part of the kingdom and granted the rest to Chandra Shah, an uncle of Burnarine. Despite the fall of Garha Katanga, the Gand kingdom survived for some time. However, they became much weaker and later struggled unsuccessfully against the stronger Bundelas and Marathas. The Ahams migrated to the Brahmaputra Valley from present-day Myanmar in the 13th century. They created a new state by suppressing the older political system of the Buyans, landlords. During the 16th century, they annexed the kingdoms of the Chutias, 1523, and of Kakhajo, 1581, and subjugated many other tribes. The Ahams built a large state, and for this they used firearms as early as the 1530s. By the 1660s, they could even make high-quality gunpowder and cannons. However, the Ahams faced many invasions from the southwest. In 1662, the Mughals under Mir Jumla attacked the Aham kingdom. Despite their brave defense, the Ahams were defeated, but direct Mughal control over the region could not last long. The Aham state depended upon forced labor. Those forced to work for the state were called Paiks. A census of the population was taken. Each village had to send a number of Paiks by rotation. People from heavily populated areas were shifted to less populated. Discuss why the Mughals were interested in the land of the Gandhs. Places. Aham clans were thus broken up. By the first half of the 17th century, the administration became quite centralized. Almost all adult males served in the army during war. At other times, they were engaged in building dams, irrigation systems, and other public works. The Ahams also introduced new methods of rice cultivation. Aham society was divided into clans or khels. There were very few castes of artisans, so artisans in the Aham areas came from the adjoining kingdoms. A khel often controlled several villages. The peasant was given land by his village community. Even the king could not take it away without the community's consent. Originally, the Ahams worshipped their own tribal gods. During the first half of the 17th century, however, the influence of Brahmanas increased. Temples and Brahmanas were granted land by the king. In the reign of Sib Singh, 1714 to 1744, Hinduism became the predominant religion. But the Aham kings did not completely give up their traditional beliefs after adopting Hinduism. Why do you think the Mughals tried to conquer the land of the Ahams? Aham society was very sophisticated. Poets and scholars were given land grants. Theater was encouraged. Important works of Sanskrit were translated into the local language. Historical works, known as Burangis, were also written, first in the Aham language and then in Assamese. Conclusion. Considerable social change took place in the subcontinent during the period we have been examining. Varna-based society and tribal people constantly interacted with each other. This interaction caused both kinds of societies to adapt and change. There were many different tribes, and they took up diverse livelihoods. Over a period of time, many of them merged with caste-based society. Others, however, rejected both the caste system and orthodox Hinduism. Some tribes established extensive states with well-organized systems of administration. They thus became politically powerful. This brought them into conflict with larger and more complex kingdoms and empires. The Mongols. Find Mongolia in your atlas. The best-known pastoral and hunter-gatherer tribe in history were the Mongols. They inhabited the grasslands, steppes of Central Asia and the forested areas further north. By 1206, Genghis Khan had united the Mongol and Turkish tribes into a powerful military force. At the time of his death, 1227, he was the ruler of extensive territories. His successors created a vast empire. At different points of time, it included parts of Russia, Eastern Europe, and also China and much of West Asia. The Mongols had well-organized military and administrative systems. These were based on the support of different ethnic and religious groups.
Image summary. This is an image. The image shows a girl in contemplation. The image is part of an exercise that asks the reader to imagine being part of a nomadic community and how that would change their life.
Imagine you are a member of a nomadic community that shifts residence every 3 months. How would this change your life? Let's recall. 1. Match the following. Gar Tanda Labor Clan Sib Singh Durgawati Kel Charasi Caravan Garha Katanga Aham State Paik 2. Fill in the blanks. Varna Jait Tandagar Charasi Barhat Buyans Paik Kel Burangi Census. A. The new castes emerging within Varnas were called B. Were historical works written by the Ahams. C. The mentions that Garha Katanga had 70,000 villages. D. As tribal states became bigger and stronger, they gave land grants to and 3. State whether true or false. A. Tribal societies had rich oral traditions. B. There were no tribal communities in the northwestern part of the subcontinent. C. The Chaurasi and Gond states contained several cities. D. The Bills lived in the northeastern part of the subcontinent. 4. What kinds of exchanges took place between nomadic pastoralists and settled agriculturists? Let's understand 5. How was the administration of the Aham state organized? 6. What changes took place in Varna-based society? 7. How did tribal societies change after being organized into a state? Let's discuss 8. Were the Banjaras important for the economy? 9. In what ways was the history of the Gonds different from that of the Ahams? Were there any similarities? Let's do 10. Plot the location of the tribes mentioned in this chapter on a map. For any 2, discuss whether their mode of livelihood was suited to the geography and the environment of the area where they lived. 11. Find out about present-day government policies towards tribal populations and organize a discussion about these. 12. Find out more about present-day nomadic pastoral groups in the subcontinent. What animals do they keep? Which are the areas frequented by these groups? Devotional paths to the divine. You may have seen people perform rituals of worship, or singing bhajans, kirtans or qawwalis, or even repeating the name of God in silence, and notice that some of them are moved to tears. Such intense devotion, or love of God, is the legacy of various kinds of bhakti and Sufi movements that have evolved since the 8th century. The idea of a supreme God. Before large kingdoms emerged, different groups of people worshipped their own gods and goddesses. As people were brought together through the growth of towns, trade, and empires, new ideas began to develop. The idea that all living things pass through countless cycles of birth and rebirth, performing good deeds and bad, came to be widely accepted. Similarly, the idea that all human beings are not equal even at birth gained ground during this period. The belief that social privileges came from birth in a noble family or a high caste was the subject of many learned texts. Many people were uneasy with such ideas and turned to the teachings of the Buddha or the Jainas, according to which it was possible to overcome social differences and break the cycle of rebirth through personal effort. Others felt attracted to the idea of a supreme God who could deliver humans from such bondage if approached with devotion or bhakti. This idea, advocated in the Bhagavad Gita, grew in popularity in the early centuries of the Common Era. Shiva, Vishnu, and Durga as supreme deities came to be worshipped through elaborate rituals. At the same time, gods and goddesses worshipped in different areas came to be identified with Shiva, Vishnu, or Durga. In the process, local myths and legends became a part of the Puranic stories, and methods of worship recommended in the Puranas were introduced into the local cults. Eventually, the Puranas also laid down that it was possible for devotees to receive the grace of God regardless of their caste status. The idea of bhakti became so popular that even Buddhists and Jainas adopted these beliefs. A new kind of bhakti in South India, Nayanars and Alvars. The 7th to 9th centuries saw the emergence of new religious movements, led by the Nayanars, saints devoted to Shiva, and Alvars, saints devoted to Vishnu, who came from all castes including those considered untouchable, like the Pulayar and the Pannars. They were sharply critical of the Buddhists and Jainas and preached ardent love of Shiva or Vishnu as the path to salvation. They drew upon the ideals of love and heroism as found in the Sangam literature, the earliest example of Tamil literature, composed during the early centuries of the Common Era, and blended them with the values of bhakti. The Nayanars and Alvars went from place to place, composing exquisite poems in praise of the deities enshrined in the villages they visited, and set them to music. You can observe this process of local myths and legends receiving wider acceptance even today. Can you find some examples around you? Nayanars and Alvars. There were 63 Nayanars who belonged to different caste backgrounds such as potters, untouchable workers, peasants, hunters, soldiers, brahmanas, and chiefs. The best known among them were Appar, Sambandar, Sundarar, and Manikavasagar. There are 2 sets of compilations of their songs, Tevaram and Turuvakakam. There were 12 Alvars, who came from equally divergent backgrounds, the best known being Peri Alvar, his daughter Andal, Tondaradipodi Alvar, and Namalvar. Their songs were compiled in the Divya Prabandham. Hagiography, writing of saints' lives. Between the 10th and 12th centuries, the Chola and Pandya kings built elaborate temples around many of the shrines visited by the saint poets, strengthening the links between the Bhakti tradition and temple worship. This was also the time when their poems were compiled. Besides, hagiographies or religious biographies of the Alvars and Nayanars were also composed. Today we use these texts as sources for writing histories of the Bhakti tradition. The Devotee and the Lord. This is a composition of Manikavasagar. Into my vile body of flesh you came, as though it were a temple of gold, and soothed me wholly and saved me, O Lord of grace, O gem most pure, sorrow and birth and death and illusion you took from me, and set me free. O bliss, O light, I have taken refuge in you, and never can I be parted from you. How does the poet describe his relationship with the deity? Philosophy and Bhakti. Shankara, one of the most influential philosophers of India, was born in Kerala in the 8th century. He was an advocate of Advaita, or the doctrine of the oneness of the individual soul, and the supreme God which is the ultimate reality. He taught that Brahman, the only or ultimate reality, was formless and without any attributes. He considered the world around us to be an illusion or magia, and preached renunciation of the world and adoption of the path of knowledge to understand the true nature of Brahman and attain salvation. Ramanuja, born in Tamil Nadu in the 11th century, was deeply influenced by the Alvars. According to him, the best means of attaining salvation was through intense devotion to Vishnu. Vishnu, in his grace, helps the devotee to attain the bliss of union with him. He propounded the doctrine of Vishishtadvaita, or qualified oneness, in that the soul, even when united with the Supreme God, remained distinct. Ramanuja's doctrine greatly inspired the new strand of Bhakti, which developed in North India subsequently. Basavana's Virashaivism. We noted earlier the connection between the Tamil Bhakti movement and temple worship. This, in turn, led to a reaction that is best represented in the Virashaiva movement, initiated by Basavana and his companions like Alama, Prabhu, and Akkamahadvi. This movement began in Karnataka in the mid-12th century. The Virashaivas argued strongly for the equality of all human beings and against Brahmanical ideas about caste and the treatment of women. They were also against all forms of ritual and idol worship. Try and find out more about the ideas of Shankara or Ramanuja. Virashaiva Vachanas. These are vachanas or sayings attributed to Basavana. The rich will make temples for Shiva. What shall I, a poor man, do? My legs are pillars, the body the shrine, the head a cupola, of gold. Listen, O Lord of the meeting rivers, things standing shall fall, but the moving ever shall stay. The Vaishnava poet saints of Maharashtra, such as Jaineshwar, Namadeva, Eknath, and Tukaram, were devotees of Lord Vithala. Devotion around Lord Vithala gave rise to the Varkari sect, which lay emphasis on an annual pilgrimage to Pandharpur. The cult of Vithala emerged as a powerful mode of devotion and was very popular amongst the people. What is the temple that Basavana is offering to God? The saints of Maharashtra. From the 13th to the 17th centuries, Maharashtra saw a great number of saint poets, whose songs in simple Marathi continue to inspire people. The most important among them were Jaineshwar, Namdev, Eknath, and Tukaram, as well as women like Sakubai and the family of Chakhamla, who belonged to the untouchable Mahar caste. This regional tradition of bhakti focused on the Vithala, a form of Vishnu, temple in Pandharpur, as well as on the notion of a personal god residing in the hearts of all people. These saint poets rejected all forms of ritualism, outward display of piety and social differences based on birth. In fact, they even rejected the idea of renunciation and preferred to live with their families, earning their livelihood like any other person, while humbly serving fellow human beings in need. A new humanist idea emerged as they insisted that bhakti lay in sharing others' pain. As the famous Gujarati Saint Narsi Mehta said, they are Vaishnavas who understand the pain of others. Questioning the social order. This is an Abhang Marathi devotional hymn of Sant Tukaram. He who identifies with the battered, and the beaten mark him as a saint, for God is with him. He holds every forsaken man close to his heart. He treats a slave as his own son, says Tuka. I won't be tired to repeat again, such a man is God in person. Here is an Abhang composed by Chokhamla's son. You made us low caste, why don't you face that fact, great Lord? Our whole life leftover food to eat. You should be ashamed of this. You have eaten in our home, how can you deny it? Chaka's son, Karmamla, asks, why did you give me life? Discuss the ideas about the social order expressed in these compositions. Nathpanthas, Siddhas, and Yogis. A number of religious groups that emerged during this period criticized the ritual and other aspects of conventional religion and the social order, using simple, logical arguments. Among them were the Nathpanthas, Siddhacharas, and Yogis. They advocated renunciation of the world. To them, the path to salvation lay in meditation on the formless ultimate reality and the realization of oneness with it. To achieve this, they advocated intense training of the mind and body through practices like yogasanas, breathing exercises, and meditation. These groups became particularly popular among low castes. Their criticism of conventional religion created the ground for devotional religion to become a popular force in northern India. Islam and Sufism. The saints had much in common with the Sufis, so much so that it is believed that they adopted many ideas of each other. Sufis were Muslim mystics. They rejected outward religiosity and emphasized love and devotion to God and compassion towards all fellow human beings. Islam propagated strict monotheism, or submission to one God. In the 8th and 9th centuries, religious scholars developed different aspects of the holy law, Shariat, and theology of Islam. While the religion of Islam gradually became more complex, Sufis provided it with an additional dimension that favored a more personal devotion to God. The Sufis often rejected the elaborate rituals and codes of behavior demanded by Muslim religious scholars. They sought union with God much as a lover seeks his beloved with a disregard for the world. Like the saint poets, the Sufis too composed poems expressing their feelings, and a rich literature in prose, including anecdotes and fables, developed around them. Among the great Sufis of Central Asia were Ghazali, Rumi, and Sadi. Like the Nathpanthas, Siddhas, and Yogis, the Sufis too believed that the heart can be trained to look at the world in a different way. They developed elaborate methods of training using zikr, chanting of a name or sacred formula, contemplation, sama, singing, raqs, dancing, discussion of parables, breath control, etc. under the guidance of a master or peer. Thus emerged the silsilas, a spiritual genealogy of Sufi teachers, each following a slightly different method, tariqa, of instruction and ritual practice. In Kashmir, the Rishi order of Sufism flourished in the 15th and 16th centuries. This order was established by Sheikh Nuruddin Wali, also known as Nund Rishi, and had a deep impact on the life of the people in Kashmir. A number of shrines dedicated to Rishi saints can be found in many parts of Kashmir. Hospice. Hospice, house of rest for travelers, especially one kept by a religious order. Long line of teachers like Khwaja Muinuddin Kishti of Ajmer, Qutbuddin Bakshir Kaki of Delhi, Baba Farid of Punjab, Khwaja Nizamuddin Auliya of Delhi, and Bandanawaz Jisudaras of Gulbarga. A large number of Sufis from Central Asia settled in Hindustan from the 11th century onwards. This process was strengthened with the establishment of the Delhi Sultanate, Chapter 3, when several major Sufi centers developed all over the subcontinent. The Kishti Silsila was among the most influential orders. It had the Sufi masters held their assemblies in their khanqahs or hospices. Devotees of all descriptions, including members of the royalty and nobility, and ordinary people flocked to these khanqahs. They discussed spiritual matters, sought the blessings of the saints in solving their worldly problems, or simply attended the music and dance sessions. Often people attributed Sufi masters with miraculous powers that could relieve others of their illnesses and troubles. The tomb or dargah of a Sufi saint became a place of pilgrimage to which thousands of people of all faiths thronged. Finding the Lord. Jalaluddin Rumi was a great 13th-century Sufi poet from Iran who wrote in Persian. Here is an excerpt from his work. He was not on the cross of the Christians. I went to the Hindu temples. In none of them was there any sign. He was not on the heights or in the lowlands. I went to the Kaaba of Mecca. He was not there. I asked about him from Avicenna the philosopher. He was beyond the range of Avicenna. I looked into my heart. In that his place I saw him. He was in no other place. New religious developments in North India. The period after the 13th century saw a new wave of the Bhakti movement in North India. This was an age when Islam, Brahmanical Hinduism, Sufism, various strands of Bhakti, and the Nathpanths, Siddhas, and Yogis influenced one another. We saw that new towns, chapters 6 and kingdoms, chapters 2, 3, and 4 were emerging, and people were taking up new professions and finding new roles for themselves. Such people, especially craftspersons, peasants, traders, and laborers, thronged to listen to these new saints and spread their ideas. Some of them, like Kabir and Baba Guru Nanak, rejected all orthodox religions. Others, like Tulsidas and Surdas, accepted existing beliefs and practices, but wanted to make these accessible to all. Tulsidas conceived of God in the form of Rama. Tulsidas's composition, the Ramcharitmanas, written in Awadhi, a language used in eastern Uttar Pradesh, is important both as in the essence of Shankaradva's devotion came to be known as Eka Sarana Nama Dharma, supreme surrender to the One. The teachings of Shankaradva were based on the Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavata Purana. He also encouraged the establishment of sastra or monasteries for transmission of knowledge. His major compositions included Kirtanagosha, expression of his devotion and as a literary work. Surdas was an ardent devotee of Krishna. His compositions, compiled in the Sursagara, Sursaravali, and Sahitya Lahari, express his devotion. Also contemporary was Shankaradva of Assam, late 15th century, who emphasized devotion to Vishnu and composed poems and plays in Assamese. He began the practice of setting up nanghars or houses of recitation and prayer, a practice that continues to date. This tradition also included saints like Dadu Dayal, Ravidas, and Mirabai. Mirabai was a Rajput princess married into the royal family of Mewar in the 16th century. Mirabai became a disciple of Ravidas, a saint from a caste considered untouchable. She was devoted to Krishna and composed innumerable bhajans expressing her intense devotion. Her songs also openly challenged the norms of the upper castes and became popular with the masses in Rajasthan and Gujarat. A unique feature of most of the saints is that their works were composed in regional languages and could be sung. They became immensely popular and were handed down orally from generation to generation. Usually the poorest, most deprived communities and women transmitted these songs, often adding their own experiences. Thus the songs as we have them today are as much a creation of the saints as of generations of people who sang them. They have become a part of our living popular culture. An important contribution of Bhakti saints was towards the development of music. Jayadvar of Bengal composed the Gita Govinda in Sanskrit, each song composed in a particular raga and tala. A significant impact that these saints had on music was the use of bhajan, kirtan, and abhang. These songs, which emphasized on emotional experience, had a tremendous appeal to the common people. Beyond the Rana's Palace. This is a song composed by Mirabai. Ranaji, I have left your norms of shame and false decorum of the princely life. I have left your town. And yet, Rana, why have you kept up enmity against me? Rana, you gave me a cup of poison. I drank it laughing. Rana, I will not be destroyed by you. And yet, Rana, why have you kept up enmity against me? Why do you think Mirabai left the Rana's palace? A closer look, Kabir. A closer look. Kabir, who probably lived in the 15th-16th centuries, was one of the most influential saints. He was brought up in a family of Muslim julahas or weavers settled in or near the city of Benares, Varanasi. We have little reliable information about his life. We get to know of his ideas from a vast collection of verses called sakais and pads said to have been composed by him and sung by wandering bhajan singers. Some of these were later collected and preserved in the Guru Granth Sahib, Panch Vani and Bijak. In Search of the True Lord. Here is a composition of Kabir. O Alaram present in all living beings, have mercy on your servants, O Lord. Why bump your head on the ground, why bathe your body in water? You kill and you call yourself humble, but your vices you conceal. 24 times the Brahmana keeps the Ekadasa fast, while the Qazi observes the Ramzan. Tell me, why does he set aside the 11 months to seek spiritual fruit in the 12th? Hari dwells in the east, they say, and Allah resides in the west. Search for him in your heart, in the heart of your heart. There he dwells, Rahim Ram. In what ways are the ideas in this poem similar to or different from those of Basavana and Jalaluddin Rumi? Kabir's teachings were based on a complete, indeed vehement, rejection of the major religious traditions. His teachings openly ridiculed all forms of external worship of both Brahmanical Hinduism and Islam, the preeminence of the priestly classes, and the caste system. The language of his poetry was a form of spoken Hindi widely understood by ordinary people. He also sometimes used cryptic language, which is difficult to follow. Kabir believed in a formless supreme God and preached that the only path to salvation was through bhakti or devotion. Kabir drew his followers from among both Hindus and Muslims. A closer look, Baba Guru Nanak. We know more about Baba Guru Nanak, 1469 to 1539, than about Kabir. Born at Talwandi, Nankana Sahib in Pakistan, he traveled widely before establishing a center at Kartarpur, Dera Baba Nanak on the river Ravi. A regular worship that consisted of the singing of his own hymns was established there for his followers. Irrespective of their former creed, caste, or gender, his followers ate together in the common kitchen, langar. The sacred space thus created by Baba Guru Nanak was known as Dharmsal. It is now known as Gurdwara. Before his death in 1539, Baba Guru Nanak appointed one of his followers as his successor. His name was Lena, but he came to be known as Guru Angad, signifying that he was a part of Baba Guru Nanak himself. Guru Angad compiled the compositions of Baba Guru Nanak, to which he added his own in a new script known as Gurmukhi. The three successors of Guru Angad also wrote under the name of Nanak, and all of their compositions were compiled by Guru Arjan in 1604. To this compilation were added the writings of other figures like Sheikh Farid, Sant Kabir, Bhagat Namdev, and Guru Teg Bahadur. In 1706, this compilation was authenticated by Guru Teg Bahadur's son and successor, Guru Gobind Singh. It is now known as Guru Granth Sahib, the holy scripture of the Sikhs. The number of Baba Guru Nanak's followers increased through the 16th century under his successors. They belonged to a number of castes, but traders, agriculturists, artisans, and craftsmen predominated. This may have something to do with Baba Guru Nanak's insistence that his followers must be householders and should adopt productive and useful occupations. They were also expected to contribute to the general funds of the community of followers. By the beginning of the 17th century, the town of Ramdaspur, Amritsar, had developed around the central Gurdwara, called Harmandar Sahib, Golden Temple. It was virtually self-governing, and modern historians refer to the early 17th century Sikh community as a state within the state. The Mughal Emperor Jahangir looked upon them as a potential threat, and he ordered the execution of Guru Arjan in 1606. The Sikh movement began to get politicized in the 17th century, a development which culminated in the institution of the Khalsa by Guru Gobind Singh in 1699. The community of the Sikhs, called the Khalsa Panth, became a political entity. The changing historical situation during the 16th and 17th centuries influenced the development of the Sikh movement. The ideas of Baba Guru Nanak had a huge impact on this development from the very beginning. He emphasized the importance of the worship of one God. He insisted that caste, creed, or gender was irrelevant for attaining liberation. His idea of liberation was not that of a state of inert bliss, but rather the pursuit of active life with a strong sense of social commitment. He himself used the terms *nam*, *dan*, and isnan*, for the essence of his teaching, which actually meant right worship, welfare of others, and purity of conduct. His teachings are now remembered as *Namjapna*, Kurt Karna and Vanchhakna*, which also underline the importance of right belief and worship, honest living, and helping others. Thus, Baba Guru Nanak's idea of equality had social and political implications. This might partly explain the difference between the history of the followers of Baba Guru Nanak and the history of the followers of the other religious figures of the medieval centuries, like Kabir, Ravidas, and Dadu, whose ideas were very similar to those of Baba Guru Nanak. Martin Luther and the Reformation. The 16th century was a time of religious ferment in Europe as well. One of the most important leaders of the changes that took place within Christianity was Martin Luther, 1483 to 1546. Luther felt that several practices in the Roman Catholic Church went against the teachings of the Bible. He encouraged the use of the language of ordinary people rather than Latin and translated the Bible into German. Luther was strongly opposed to the practice of indulgences or making donations to the church so as to gain forgiveness from sins. His writings were widely disseminated with the growing use of the printing press. Many Protestant Christian sects trace their origins to the teachings of Luther. Imagine you are attending a meeting where a saint is discussing the caste system. Relate the conversation.
Image summary. This is an image of a cartoon of a person with a pen and paper, seemingly thinking about a question. The image is part of a larger page that includes a prompt to imagine attending a meeting where a saint is discussing the caste system and to relate the conversation. The page also contains a recall exercise involving matching figures with their associated concepts and filling in the blanks related to historical figures and traditions. The overall theme appears to be related to religious and social topics.
Let's recall. 1. Match the following. Keywords: the Buddha Namgar Shankardva worship of Vishnu Nizamuddin Aulia questions social differences. Nayanar Sufi Saint Alvar's worship of Shiva 2. Fill in the blanks. A. Shankara was an advocate of B. Ramanuja was influenced by the C. and were advocates of Virashaivism. D. was an important center of the Bhakti tradition in Maharashtra. 3. Describe the beliefs and practices of the Nathpanthas, Siddhas, and Yogis. 4. What were the major ideas expressed by Kabir? How did he express these? 5. What were the major beliefs and practices of the Sufis? 6. Why do you think many teachers rejected prevalent religious beliefs and practices? 7. What were the major teachings of Baba Guru Nanak? 8. For either the Virashaivas or the sons of Maharashtra, discuss their attitude towards caste. 9. Why do you think ordinary people preserve the memory of Mirabai? 10. Find out whether in your neighborhood there are any dargahs, gurudwaras, or temples associated with saints of the Bhakti tradition in your neighborhood. Visit any one of these and describe what you see and hear. 11. For any of the saint poets whose compositions have been included in this chapter, find out more about their works, noting down other poems. Find out whether these are sung, how they are sung, and what the poets wrote about. 12. There are several saint poets whose names have been mentioned, but their works have not been included in the chapter. Find out more about the language in which they composed, whether their compositions were sung, and what their compositions were about. The making of regional cultures. Find out how many states have been created in the last 10 years. Is each of these states a region? One of the commonest ways of describing people is in terms of the language they speak. When we refer to a person as a Tamil or an Oriya, this usually means that he or she speaks Tamil or Oriya and lives in Tamil Nadu or Orissa. We also tend to associate each region with distinctive kinds of food, clothes, poetry, dance, music, and painting. Sometimes we take these identities for granted and assume that they have existed from time immemorial. However, the frontiers separating regions have evolved over time, and in fact are still changing. Also, what we understand as regional cultures today are often the product of complex processes of intermixing of local traditions with ideas from other parts of the subcontinent. As we will see, some traditions appear specific to some regions, others seem to be similar across regions, and yet others derive from older practices in a particular area, but take a new form in other regions. The Cheras and the development of Malayalam. Let us begin by looking at an example of the connection between language and region. The Chera kingdom of Mahadeyapuram was established in the 9th century in the southwestern part of the peninsula, part of present-day Kerala. It is likely that Malayalam was spoken in this area. The rulers introduced the Malayalam language and script in their inscriptions. In fact, this is one of the earliest examples of the use of a regional language in official records in the subcontinent. At the same time, the Cheras also drew upon Sanskritic traditions. The Temple Theatre of Kerala, which is traced to this period, borrowed stories from the Sanskrit epics. The first literary works in Malayalam, dated to about the 12th century, are directly indebted to Sanskrit. Interestingly enough, a 14th century text, the Lilatilikam, dealing with grammar and poetics, was composed in Manipravalam, literally. Diamonds and corals, referring to the two languages, Sanskrit and the regional language. Rulers and religious traditions, the Jagannatha cult. In other regions, regional cultures grew around religious traditions. The best example of this process is the cult of Jagannatha, literally, Lord of the World, a name for Vishnu at Puri, Orissa. To date, the local tribal people make the wooden image of the deity, which suggests that the deity was originally a local god, who was later identified with Vishnu. In the 12th century, one of the most important rulers of the Ganga dynasty, Anantavarman, decided to erect a temple for Purushottama Jagannatha at Puri. Subsequently, in 1230, King Anangapima III dedicated his kingdom to the deity and proclaimed himself as the deputy of the god. As the temple gained in importance as a center of pilgrimage, its authority in social and political matters also increased. All those who conquered Orissa, such as the Mughals, the Marathas, and the English East India Company, attempted to gain control over the temple. They felt that this would make their rule acceptable to the local people. The Rajputs and traditions of heroism. In the 19th century, the region that constitutes most of present-day Rajasthan was called Rajputana by the British. While this may suggest that this was an area that was inhabited only or mainly by Rajputs, this is only partly true. There were, and are, several groups who identify themselves as Rajputs in many areas of northern and central India. And of course, there are several peoples other than Rajputs who live in Rajasthan. However, the Rajputs are often recognized as contributing to the distinctive culture of Rajasthan. These cultural traditions were closely linked with the ideals and aspirations of rulers. From about the 8th century, most of the present-day state of Rajasthan was ruled by various Rajput families. Prithviraj, Chapter 2, was one such ruler. These rulers cherished the ideal of the hero who fought valiantly, often choosing death on the battlefield rather than face defeat. Stories about Rajput heroes were recorded in poems and songs, which were recited by specially trained minstrels. These preserved the memories of heroes and were expected to inspire others to follow their example. Ordinary people were also attracted by these stories, which often depicted dramatic situations and a range of strong emotions, loyalty, friendship, love, valor, anger, etc. Did women find a place within these stories? Sometimes, they figure as the cause for conflicts, as men fought with one another to either win or protect women. Women are also depicted as following their heroic husbands in both life and death. There are stories about the practice of sati, or the immolation of widows on the funeral pyre of their husbands. So those who followed the heroic ideal often had to pay for it with their lives. Find out whether there are traditions of heroes/heroines in your town or village. What are the qualities associated with them? In what ways are these similar to or different from the heroic ideals of the Rajputs? Beyond regional frontiers, the story of Kathak. If heroic traditions can be found in different regions in different forms, the same is true of dance. Let us look at the history of one dance form, Kathak, now associated with several parts of North India. The term Kathak is derived from Katha, a word used in Sanskrit and other languages for story. The Kathaks were originally a caste of storytellers in temples of North India who embellished their performances with gestures and songs. Kathak began evolving into a distinct mode of dance in the 15th and 16th centuries with the spread of the Bhakti movement. The legends of Radha Krishna were enacted in folk plays called Rasa Leela, which combined folk dance with the basic gestures of the Kathak storytellers. Under the Mughal emperors and their nobles, Kathak was performed in the court, where it acquired its present features and developed into a form of dance with a distinctive style. Subsequently, it developed in two traditions or gharanas, one in the courts of Rajasthan, Jaipur, and the other in Lucknow. Under the patronage of Wajid Ali Shah, the last Nawab of Awadh, it grew into a major art form. By the third quarter of the 19th century, it was firmly entrenched as a dance form not only in these two regions, but in the adjoining areas of present-day Punjab, Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir, Bihar and Madhya Pradesh. Emphasis was laid on intricate and rapid footwork, elaborate costumes, as well as on the enactment of stories. Kathak, like several other cultural practices, was viewed with disfavor by most British administrators in the 19th and 20th centuries. However, it survived and continued to be performed by courtesans, and was recognized as one of 6 classical forms of dance in the country after independence. Classical dances. The question of defining any art form as classical is often quite complicated. Do we define something as classical if it deals with a religious theme? Or do we consider it classical because it appears to require a great deal of skill acquired through long years of training? Or is it classical because it is performed according to rules that are laid down and variations are not encouraged? These are questions we need to think about. It is worth remembering that many dance forms that are classified as folk also share several of the characteristics considered typical of classical forms. So, while the use of the term classical may suggest that these forms are superior, this need not always be literally true. Other dance forms that are recognized as classical at present are Bharatanatyam, Tamil Nadu Kathakali, Kerala Odissi, Odisha, Kuchipudi, Andhra Pradesh, Manipuri, Manipur. Find out more about any one of these dance forms. Painting for patrons, the tradition of miniatures. Another tradition that developed in different ways was that of miniature painting. Miniatures, as their very name suggests, are small-sized paintings, generally done in watercolor on cloth or paper. The earliest miniatures were on palm leaves or wood. Some of the most beautiful of these, found in western India, were used to illustrate Jaina texts. The Mughal emperors Akbar, Jahangir and Shah Jahan patronized highly skilled painters who primarily illustrated manuscripts containing historical accounts and poetry. These were generally painted in brilliant colors and portrayed court scenes, scenes of battle or hunting, and other aspects of social life. They were often exchanged as gifts and were viewed only by an exclusive few, the emperor and his close associates. With the decline of the Mughal Empire, many painters moved out to the courts of the emerging regional states. See also Chapter 10. As a result, Mughal artistic tastes influenced the regional courts of the Deccan and the Rajput courts of Rajasthan. At the same time, they retained and developed their distinctive characteristics. Portraits of rulers and court scenes came to be painted, following the Mughal example. Besides, themes from mythology and poetry were depicted at centers such as Mewar, Jodhpur, Bundi, Kota, and Kishangarh. Another region that attracted miniature paintings was the Himalayan foothills around the modern-day state of Himachal Pradesh. By the late 17th century, this region had developed a bold and intense style of miniature painting called Basali. The most popular text to be painted here was Banudatta's Rasamanjart. Nader Shah's invasion and the conquest of Delhi in 1739 resulted in the migration of Mughal artists to the hills to escape the uncertainties of the plains. Here they found ready patrons, which led to the founding of the Kangra school of painting. By the mid-18th century, the Kangra artists developed a style which breathed a new spirit into miniature painting. The source of inspiration was the Vaishnavite traditions. Soft colors including cool blues and greens, and a lyrical treatment of themes distinguished Kangra painting. Remember that ordinary women and men painted as well on pots, walls, floors, cloth works of art that have occasionally survived, unlike the miniatures that were carefully preserved in palaces for centuries. A closer look, Bengal. The growth of a regional language. As we saw at the outset, we often tend to identify regions in terms of the language spoken by the people. So, we assume that people in Bengal always spoke Bengali. However, what is interesting is that while Bengali is now recognized as a language derived from Sanskrit, early Sanskrit texts, mid-1st millennium BCE, suggest that the people of Bengal did not speak Sanskritic languages. How, then, did the new language emerge? From the 4th-3rd centuries BCE, commercial ties began to develop between Bengal and Magadha, South Bihar, which may have led to the growing influence of Sanskrit. During the 4th century, the Gupta rulers established political control over North Bengal and began to settle Brahmanas in this area. Thus, the linguistic and cultural influence from the Mid-Ganga Valley became stronger. In the 7th century, the Chinese traveler Xuanzang observed that languages related to Sanskrit were in use all over Bengal. From the 8th century, Bengal became the center of a regional kingdom under the Palas, Chapter 2. Between the 14th and 16th centuries, Bengal was ruled by sultans who were independent of the rulers in Delhi, Chapter 3. In 1586, when Akbar conquered Bengal, it formed the nucleus of the Bengal Subah. While Persian was the language of administration, Bengali developed as a regional language. In fact, by the 15th century, the Bengali group of dialects came to be united by a common literary language based on the spoken language of the western part of the region, now known as West Bengal. Thus, although Bengali is derived from Sanskrit, it passed through several stages of evolution. Also, a wide range of non-Sanskrit words, derived from a variety of sources including tribal languages, Persian, and European languages, have become part of modern Bengali. Early Bengali literature may be divided into two categories, one indebted to Sanskrit and the other independent of it. The first includes translations of the Sanskrit epics, the Mangalakavyas, literally auspicious poems, dealing with local deities, and bhakti literature such as the biographies of Chaitanya, the leader of the Vaishnava Bhakti movement, Chapter 8. The second includes Nath literature such as the songs of Mainamati and Gopichandra, stories concerning the worship of Dharma Thakur, and fairy tales, folk tales, and ballads. Mainamati, Gopichandra, and Dharma Thakur. The Naths were ascetics who engaged in a variety of yogic practices. This particular song, which was often enacted, described how Mainamati, a queen, encouraged her son Gopichandra to adopt the path of asceticism in the face of a variety of obstacles. Dharma Thakur is a popular regional deity, often worshipped in the form of a stone or a piece of wood. Why do you think the second category of texts was not written down? The texts belonging to the first category are easier to date, as several manuscripts have been found indicating that they were composed between the late 15th and mid-18th centuries. Those belonging to the second category circulated orally and cannot be precisely dated. They were particularly popular in eastern Bengal, where the influence of Brahmanas was relatively weak. Pir, a Persian word meaning a spiritual guide. Pirs and temples. From the 16th century, people began to migrate in large numbers from the less fertile western Bengal to the forested and marshy areas of southeastern Bengal. As they moved eastwards, they cleared forests and brought the land under rice cultivation. Gradually, local communities of fisherfolk and shifting cultivators, often tribals, merged with the new communities of peasants. This coincided with the establishment of Mughal control over Bengal, with their capital in the heart of the eastern delta at Dhaka. Officials and functionaries received land and often set up mosques that served as centers for religious transformation in these areas. The early settlers sought some order and assurance in the unstable conditions of the new settlements. These were provided by community leaders, who also functioned as teachers and adjudicators and were sometimes ascribed with supernatural powers. People referred to them with affection and respect as peers. This term included saints or Sufis and other religious personalities, daring colonizers and deified soldiers, various Hindu and Buddhist deities, and even animistic spirits. The cult of peers became very popular, and their shrines can be found everywhere in Bengal. Bengal also witnessed a temple-building spree from the late 15th century, which culminated in the 19th century. We have seen, Chapters 2 and 5, that temples and other religious structures were often built by individuals or groups who were becoming powerful, to both demonstrate their power and proclaim their piety. Many of the modest brick and terracotta temples in Bengal were built with the support of several low social groups, such as the Kalu oil pressers and the Kansari bell metal workers. The coming of the European trading companies created new economic opportunities. Many families belonging to these social groups availed of these. As their social and economic position improved, animism attribution of living soul to plants, inanimate objects, and natural phenomena. Compare the temples shown here with that in Chapter 2. They proclaimed their status through the construction of temples. When local deities, once worshipped in thatched huts in villages, gained the recognition of the Brahmanas, their images began to be housed in temples. The temples began to copy the double-roofed Dachala or four-roofed Chauchala structure of the thatched huts. Remember the Bangla Dome in Chapter 5? This led to the evolution of the typical Bengali style in temple architecture. In the comparatively more complex four-roof structure, four triangular roofs placed on the four walls move up to converge on a curved line or a point. Temples were usually built on a square platform. The interior was relatively plain, but the outer walls of many temples were decorated with paintings, ornamental tiles, or terracotta tablets. In some temples, particularly in Vishnupur in the Bankura district of West Bengal, such decorations reached a high degree of excellence. Fish as food. Traditional food habits are generally based on locally available items of food. Bengal is a riverine plain which produces plenty of rice and fish. Understandably, these two items figure prominently in the menu of even poor Bengalis. Fishing has always been an important occupation, and Bengali literature contains several references to fish. What is more, terracotta plaques on the walls of temples and viharas, Buddhist monasteries, depict scenes of fish being dressed and taken to the market in baskets. Brahmanas were not allowed to eat non-vegetarian food, but the popularity of fish in the local diet made the Brahmanical authorities relax this prohibition for the Bengal Brahmanas. The Brihadarma Purana, a 13th-century Sanskrit text from Bengal, permitted the local Brahmanas to eat certain varieties of fish. Emergence of nation-states in Europe. Emergence of nation-states in Europe till the 18th century, people in Europe saw themselves as subjects of an empire, such as the Austro-Hungarian Empire, or members of a church, such as the Greek Orthodox Church. But, from the late 18th century, people also began to identify themselves as members of a community that spoke a common language, such as French or German. By the early 19th century, in Romania school textbooks began to be written in Romanian rather than in Greek, and in Hungary Hungarian was adopted as the official language instead of Latin. These and other similar developments created the consciousness among the people that each linguistic community was a separate nation. This feeling was strengthened by the movements for Italian and German unification in the late 19th century. Imagine you are a Rajput prince. How would you like your story to be told?
Image summary. The image shows a person with a pen and paper, seemingly thinking about how to tell a story from the perspective of a Rajput prince. The image is part of a section titled Imagine, and prompts the reader to consider how they would like their story to be told if they were a Rajput prince. The image is associated with a question that encourages creative thinking and historical perspective.
Let's recall. 1. Match the following. Anantavarman Kerala Jagannatha Bengal Mahadeyapuram Orissa Lilitilakam Kangra Mangalakavya Puri Miniature Kerala 2. What is Manipravalam? Name a book written in that language. 3. Who were the major patrons of Kathak? 4. What are the important architectural features of the temples of Bengal? Let's discuss. 5. Why did minstrels proclaim the achievements of heroes? 6. Why do we know much more about the cultural practices of rulers than about those of ordinary people? 7. Why did conquerors try to control the temple of Jagannatha at Puri? 8. Why were temples built in Bengal? Let's do. 9. Describe the most important features of the culture of your region, focusing on buildings, performing arts and painting. 10. Do you use different languages for A. Speaking, B. Reading, C. Writing? Find out about one major composition in language that you use and discuss why you find it interesting. 11. Choose one state each from North, West, South, East, and Central India. For each of these, prepare a list of foods that are commonly consumed, highlighting any differences and similarities that you notice. 12. Choose another set of 5 states from each of these regions and prepare a list of clothes that are generally worn by women and men in each. Discuss your findings. If you look at maps 1 and 2 closely, you will see something significant happening in the subcontinent during the first half of the 18th century. Notice how the boundaries of the Mughal Empire were reshaped by the emergence of a number of independent kingdoms. By 1765, notice how another power, the British, had successfully grabbed major chunks of territory in eastern India. What these maps tell us is that political conditions in 18th century India changed quite dramatically, and within a relatively short span of time. In this chapter, we will read about the emergence of new political groups in the subcontinent during the first half of the 18th century, roughly from 1707, when Aurangzeb died, till the Third Battle of Panipat in 1761. The crisis of the empire and the later Mughals. In Chapter 4, you saw how the Mughal Empire reached the height of its success and started facing a variety of crises towards the closing years of the 17th century. These were caused by a number of factors. Emperor Aurangzeb had depleted the military and financial resources of his empire by fighting a long war in the Deccan. Under his successors, the efficiency of the imperial administration broke down. It became increasingly difficult for the later Mughal emperors to keep a check on their powerful mansabdars. Nobles appointed as governors subadars often controlled the offices of revenue and military administration, Diwani and Faujdari, as well. This gave them extraordinary political, economic, and military powers over vast regions of the Mughal Empire. As the governors consolidated their control over the provinces, the periodic remission of revenue to the capital declined. Peasant and zamindari rebellions in many parts of northern and western India added to these problems. These revolts were sometimes caused by the pressures of mounting taxes. At other times, they were attempts by powerful chieftains to consolidate their own positions. Mughal authority had been challenged by rebellious groups in the past as well. But these groups were now able to seize the economic resources of the region to consolidate their positions. The Mughal emperors after Aurangzeb were unable to arrest the gradual shifting of political and economic authority into the hands of provincial governors, local chieftains, and other groups. Rich harvests and empty coffers. The following is a contemporary writer's account of the financial bankruptcy of the empire. The great lords are helpless and impoverished. Their peasants raise 2 crops a year, but their lords see nothing of either, and their agents on the spot are virtual prisoners in the peasant's hands, like a peasant kept in his creditor's house until he can pay his debt. So complete is the collapse of all order and administration that though the peasant reaps a harvest of gold, his lord does not see so much as a wisp of straw. How then can the lord keep the armed force he should? How can he pay the soldiers who should go before him when he goes out, or the horsemen who should ride behind him? In the midst of this economic and political crisis, the ruler of Iran, Nader Shah, sacked and plundered the city of Delhi in 1739 and took away immense amounts of wealth. This invasion was followed by a series of plundering raids by the Afghan ruler Ahmad Shah Abdali, who invaded North India 5 times between 1748 and 1761. Nader Shah attacks Delhi. The devastation of Delhi after Nader Shah's invasion was described by contemporary observers. One described the wealth looted from the Mughal treasury as follows: 60 lakhs of rupees and some 1,000 gold coins, nearly 1 crore worth of goldware, nearly 50 crores worth of jewels, most of them unrivaled in the world, and the above included the peacock throne. Another account described the invasion's impact upon Delhi. Those who had been masters were now in dire straits, and those who had been revered couldn't even get water to quench their thirst. The recluses were pulled out of their corners. The wealthy were turned into beggars. Those who once set the style in clothes now went naked, and those who owned property were now homeless. The new city, Shahjahanabad, was turned into rubble. Nader Shah then attacked the old quarters of the city and destroyed a whole world that existed there. Already under severe pressure from all sides, the empire was further weakened by competition amongst different groups of nobles. They were divided into 2 major groups or factions, the Iranis and Turanis, nobles of Turkish descent. For a long time, the later Mughal emperors were puppets in the hands of either one or the other of these 2 powerful groups. The worst possible humiliation came when 2 Mughal emperors, Farrukhsiyar, 1713 to 1719, and Alamgir II, 1754 to 1759, were assassinated, and 2 others, Ahmad Shah, 1748 to 1754, and Shah Alam II, 1759 to 1816, were blinded by their nobles. Emergence of new states. With the decline in the authority of the Mughal emperors, the governors of large provinces, subadars, and the great zamindars consolidated their authority in different parts of the subcontinent. Through the 18th century, the Mughal Empire gradually fragmented into a number of independent, regional states. Broadly speaking, the states of the 18th century can be divided into three overlapping groups. 1. States that were old Mughal provinces like Awadh, Bengal, and Hyderabad. Although extremely powerful and quite independent, the rulers of these states did not break their formal ties with the Mughal emperor. 2. States that had enjoyed considerable independence under the Mughals as Wat and Jagirs. These included several Rajput principalities. 3. The last group included states under the control of Marathas, Sikhs, and others like the Jats. These were of differing sizes and had seized their independence from the Mughals after a long-drawn armed struggle. The Old Mughal Provinces. Amongst the states that were carved out of the Old Mughal provinces in the 18th century, three stand out very prominently. These were Awadh, Bengal, and Hyderabad. All three states were founded by members of the high Mughal nobility who had been governors of large provinces Sadat Khan, Awadh, Murshid Quli Khan, Bengal, and Asaf Jah, Hyderabad. All three had occupied high mansabdari positions and enjoyed the trust and confidence of the emperors. Both Asaf Jah and Murshid Quli Khan held a Zat rank of 7,000 each, while Sadat Khan's Zat was 6,000. Hyderabad. Nizam-ul-Mulk Asaf Jah, the founder of Hyderabad state, 1724 to 1748, was one of the most powerful members at the court of the Mughal Emperor Farrukhsiyar. He was entrusted first with the governorship of Awadh and later given charge of the Deccan. As the Mughal governor of the Deccan provinces, during 1720 to 22, Asaf Jah had already gained control over its political and financial administration. Taking subsequent advantage of the turmoil in the Deccan and the competition amongst the court nobility, he gathered power in his hands and became the actual ruler of that region. Asaf Jah brought skilled soldiers and administrators from northern India who welcomed the new opportunities in the south. He appointed mansabdars and granted jagirs. Although he was still a servant of the Mughal emperor, he ruled quite independently without seeking any direction from Delhi or facing any interference. The Mughal emperor merely confirmed the decisions already taken by the Nizam-ul-Mulk Asaf Jah. The state of Hyderabad was constantly engaged in a struggle against the Marathas to the west, and with independent Telugu warrior chiefs, Nayakas, of the plateau. The ambitions of the Nizam-ul-Mulk Asaf Jah to control the rich textile-producing areas of the Coromandel coast in the east were checked by the British, who were becoming increasingly powerful in that region. See Map 2. The Nizam's army. A description of the Nizam of Hyderabad's personal troopers in 1790. The Nizam has a sware sawari of 400 elephants, several thousand of horsemen near his person who receive upwards 100 rupees nominal pay, and are extremely well-mounted and richly caparisoned. Awadh. In trying to consolidate their rule, why did Mughal subadars also want to control the office of Diwan? Burhan-ul-Mulk Sadat Khan was appointed subadar of Awadh in 1722 and founded a state which was one of the most important to emerge out of the breakup of the Mughal Empire. Awadh was a prosperous region, controlling the rich alluvial Ganga plain and the main trade route between North India and Bengal. Burhan-ul-Mulk also held the combined offices of subadari, diwani, and fajdari. In other words, he was responsible for managing the political, financial, and military affairs of the province of Awadh. Burhan-ul-Mulk tried to decrease Mughal influence in the Awadh region by reducing the number of office holders jagirdars appointed by the Mughals. He also reduced the size of jagirs and appointed his own loyal servants to vacant positions. The accounts of jagirdars were checked to prevent cheating, and the revenues of all districts were reassessed by officials appointed by the Nawab's court. He seized a number of Rajput zamindaries and the agriculturally fertile lands of the Afghans of Rohilkhand. The state depended on local bankers and mahajans for loans. It sold the right to collect tax to the highest bidders. These revenue farmers, ijaratdars, agreed to pay the state a fixed sum of money. Local bankers guaranteed the payment of this contracted amount to the state. In turn, the revenue farmers were given considerable freedom in the assessment and collection of taxes. These developments allowed new social groups, like moneylenders and bankers, to influence the management of the state's revenue system, something which had not occurred in the past. Bengal. Bengal gradually broke away from Mughal control under Murshid Quli Khan, who was appointed as the Naib, deputy to the governor of the province. Although never a formal subadar, Murshid Quli Khan very quickly seized all the power that went with that office. Like the rulers of Hyderabad and Awadh, he also commanded the revenue administration of the state. In an effort to reduce Mughal influence in Bengal, he transferred all Mughal jagirdars to Orissa and ordered a major reassessment of the revenues of Bengal. Revenue was collected in cash with great strictness from all zamindars. As a result, many zamindars had to borrow money from bankers and moneylenders. Those unable to pay were forced to sell their lands to larger zamindars. The formation of a regional state in 18th century Bengal therefore led to considerable change amongst the zamindars. The close connection between the state and bankers, noticeable in Hyderabad, and Awadh as well, was evident in Bengal under the rule of Alivardi Khan, R. 1740 to 1756. During his reign, the banking house of Jagat Seth became extremely prosperous. If we take a bird's-eye view, we can detect three common features amongst these states. First, though many of the larger states were established by erstwhile Mughal nobles, they were highly suspicious of some of the administrative systems that they had inherited, in particular the Jagirdari system. Second, their method of tax collection differed. Rather than relying upon the officers of the state, all three regimes contracted with revenue farmers for the collection of revenue. The practice of jagirdari, thoroughly disapproved of by the Mughals, spread all over India in the 18th century. Their impact on the countryside differed considerably. The third common feature in all these regional states was their emerging relationship with rich bankers and merchants. These people lent money to revenue farmers, received land as security and collected taxes from these lands through their own agents. Throughout India, the richest merchants and bankers were gaining a stake in the new political order. The Watan Jagirs of the Rajputs. Many Rajput rulers had accepted the suzerainty of the Mughals, but Mewar was the only Rajput state which defied Mughal authority. Rana Pratap ascended the throne at Mewar in 1572, with Udaipur and Langar, part of Mewar, under his control. A series of envoys were sent to the Rana to persuade him to accept Mughal suzerainty, but he stood his ground. Many Rajput kings, particularly those belonging to Amber and Jodhpur, had served under the Mughals with distinction. In exchange, they were permitted to enjoy considerable autonomy in their Watan Jagirs. In the 18th century, these rulers now attempted to extend their control over adjacent regions. Ajit Singh, the ruler of Jodhpur, was also involved in the factional politics at the Mughal court. These influential Rajput families claimed the subadari of the rich provinces of Gujarat and Malwa. Raja Ajit Singh of Jodhpur held the governorship of Gujarat, and Sawai Raja Jai Singh of Amber was governor of Malwa. These offices were renewed by Emperor Jahandar Shah in 1713. They also tried to extend their territories by seizing portions of imperial territories neighboring their Watanas. Nagaur was conquered and annexed to the House of Jodhpur, while Amber seized large portions of Bundi. Sawai Raja Jai Singh founded his new capital at Jaipur and was given the subadari of Agra in 1722. Maratha campaigns into Rajasthan, many Rajput chieftains built a number of forts on hilltops which became centers of power. With extensive fortifications, these majestic structures housed urban centers, palaces, temples, trading centers, water harvesting structures, and other buildings. The Chittorgarh fort contained many water bodies varying from talabs, ponds, to kundis, wells, bayalis, step wells, etc. from the 1740s put severe pressure on these principalities and checked their further expansion.
Fig. 4b Summary. This is an image of Chittorgarh Fort in Rajasthan. The fort contains palaces, temples, trading centers, water harvesting structures, and other buildings. The fort has many water bodies of different types.
Raja Jai Singh of Jaipur. A description of Raja Jai Singh in a Persian account of 1732. Raja Jai Singh was at the height of his power. He was the governor of Agra for 12 years and of Malava for 5 or 6 years. He possessed a large army, artillery, and great wealth. His sway extended from Delhi to the banks of the Narmada. Sawai Jai Singh, the ruler of Amber, constructed 5 astronomical observatories, one each in Delhi, Jaipur, Ujjain, Mathura, and Varanasi. Commonly known as Jantar Mantar, these observatories had various instruments to study heavenly bodies.
Figure 4c summary. The image shows the Jantar Mantar in Jaipur. This observatory contains various instruments used to study heavenly bodies. The structure is a testament to the ruler of Amber, Sawai Jai Singh, who constructed 5 astronomical observatories in different cities.
Seizing independence. The Sikhs. What is the Khalsa? Do you recall reading about it in Chapter 8? The organization of the Sikhs into a political community during the 17th century, see Chapter 8, helped in regional state building in the Punjab. Several battles were fought by Guru Gobind Singh against the Rajput and Mughal rulers, both before and after the institution of the Khalsa in 1699. After his death in 1708, the Khalsa rose in revolt against the Mughal authority under Banda Bahadur's leadership, declared their sovereign rule by striking coins in the name of Guru Nanak and Guru Gobind Singh, and established their own administration between the Sutlej and the Jamuna. Banda Bahadur was captured in 1715 and executed in 1716. Under a number of able leaders in the 18th century, the Sikhs organized themselves into a number of bands called Jathas and later on missals. Their combined forces were known as the Grand Army, Dal Khalsa. The entire body used to meet at Amritsar at the time of Baisakhi and Diwali to take collective decisions known as resolutions of the Guru Gurmatas. A system called Rakai was introduced, offering protection to cultivators on the payment of a tax of 20% of the produce. Guru Gobind Singh had inspired the Khalsa with the belief that their destiny was to rule Raj Karga Khalsa. Their well-knit organization enabled them to put up a successful resistance to the Mughal governors first, and then to Ahmed Shah Abdali, who had seized the rich province of the Punjab and the Sarkar of Sirhind from the Mughals. The Khalsa declared their sovereign rule by striking their own coin again in 1765. Significantly, this coin bore the same inscription as the one on the orders issued by the Khalsa in the time of Banda Bahadur. The Sikh territories in the late 18th century extended from the Indus to the Jamuna, but they were divided under different rulers. One of them, Maharaja Ranjit Singh, reunited these groups and established his capital at Lahore in 1799. The Marathas. The Maratha kingdom was another powerful regional kingdom to arise out of a sustained opposition to Mughal rule. Shivaji, 1627 to 1680, carved out a stable kingdom with the support of powerful warrior families Deshmukhs. Groups of highly mobile, peasant pastoralists, Kunbis, provided the backbone of the Maratha army. Shivaji used these forces to challenge the Mughals in the peninsula. After Shivaji's death, effective power in the Maratha state was wielded by a family of Chitpavan Brahmanas who served Shivaji's successors as Peshwa, or principal minister. Pune became the capital of the Maratha kingdom. Towards the end of the 17th century, a powerful state started emerging in the Deccan under the leadership of Shivaji, which finally led to the establishment of the Maratha state. Shivaji was born to Shaji and Jiabai at Shivneri in 1639. Under the guidance of his mother and his guardian Dada Khandev, Shivaji embarked on a career of conquest at a young age. The occupation of Jaili made him the undisputed leader of the Mavala Highlands, which paved the way for further expansion. His exploits against the forces of Bijapur and the Mughals made him a legendary figure. He often resorted to guerrilla warfare against his opponents. By introducing an efficient administrative system supported by a revenue collection method based on Chauth and Sardashmukhi, he laid the foundations of a strong Maratha state. Baji Rao I, also known as Baji Rao Balal, was the son of Peshwa Balaji Vishwanath. He was a great Maratha general who is credited to have expanded the Maratha kingdom beyond the Vindhyas and is known for his military campaigns against Malwa, Bundelkhand, Gujarat, and the Portuguese. Under the Peshwas, the Marathas developed a very successful military organization. Their success lay in bypassing the fortified areas of the Mughals, by raiding cities, and by engaging Mughal armies in areas where their supply lines and reinforcements could be easily disturbed. Between 1720 and 1761, the Maratha Empire expanded. It gradually chipped away at the authority of the Mughal Empire. Malwa and Gujarat were seized from the Mughals by the 1720s. By the 1730s, the Maratha king was recognized as the overlord of the entire Deccan Peninsula. He possessed the right to levy chauth and sardashmukhi in the entire region. After raiding Delhi in 1737, the frontiers of Maratha domination expanded rapidly, into Rajasthan and the Punjab in the north, into Bengal and Orissa in the east, and into Karnataka and the Tamil and Telugu countries in the south. See Map 1. These were not formally included in the Maratha Empire, but were made to pay tribute as a way of accepting Maratha sovereignty. Expansion brought enormous resources, but it came at a price. These military campaigns also made other rulers hostile towards the Marathas. As a result, they were not inclined to support the Marathas during the Third Battle of Panipat in 1761.
Figure 7a Summary. This is a portrait of Shivaji. Shivaji carved out a stable kingdom with the support of warrior families. He introduced an efficient administrative system and revenue collection methods, laying the foundation for a strong Maratha state. He is a legendary figure due to his exploits against Bijapur and the Mughals.
Chauth, 25% of the land revenue claimed by zamindars. In the Deccan, this was collected by the Marathas. Sardashmukhi 9 to 10% of the land revenue paid to the head revenue collector in the Deccan. Alongside endless military campaigns, the Marathas developed an effective administrative system as well. Once conquest had been completed and Maratha rule was secure, revenue demands were gradually introduced, taking local conditions into account. Agriculture was encouraged and trade revived. This allowed Maratha chiefs, Sirdars, like Sindhia of Gwalior, Gaikwad of Baroda, and Bansal of Nagpur the resources to raise powerful armies. Maratha campaigns into Malwa in the 1720s did not challenge the growth and prosperity of the cities in the region. Ujjain expanded under Scindia's patronage and Indore under Holkar's. By all accounts, these cities were large and prosperous and functioned as important commercial and cultural centers. New trade routes emerged within the areas controlled by the Marathas. The silk produced in the Chandari region now found a new outlet in Pune, the Maratha capital. Burhanpur, which had earlier participated in the trade between Agra and Surat, now expanded its hinterland to include Pune and Nagpur in the south, and Lucknow and Allahabad in the east. The Jats. Like the other states, the Jats consolidated their power during the late 17th and 18th centuries. Under their leader, Chiraman, they acquired control over territories situated to the west of the city of Delhi, and by the 1680s, they had begun dominating the region between the two imperial cities of Delhi and Agra. For a while, they became the virtual custodians of the city of Agra. The Jats were prosperous agriculturists, and towns like Panipat and Balabigar became important trading centers in the areas dominated by them. Under Suraj Mal, the kingdom of Bharatpur emerged as a strong state. When Nader Shah sacked Delhi in 1739, many of the city's notables took refuge there. His son Jawahir Shah had 30,000 troops of his own, and hired the power of the Jats reached its zenith under Suraj Mal, who consolidated the Jat state at Bharatpur, in present-day Rajasthan, during 1756 to 1763. The areas under the political control of Suraj Mal broadly included parts of modern eastern Rajasthan, southern Haryana, western Uttar Pradesh, and Delhi. Suraj Mal built a number of forts and palaces, and the famous Lohagar fort in Bharatpur is regarded as one of the strongest forts built in this region. Another 20,000 Maratha and 15,000 Sikh troops to fight the Mughals. While the Bharatpur fort was built in a fairly traditional style, at Dig, the Jats built an elaborate garden palace combining styles seen at Amber and Agra. Its buildings were modeled on architectural forms first associated with royalty under Shah Jahan, see Figure 12 in Chapter 5, and Figure 12 in Chapter 9. The French Revolution, 1789 to 1794. In the various state systems of 18th century India, the common people did not enjoy the right to participate in the affairs of their governments. In the Western world, this was the situation until the late 18th century. The American, 1776 to 1781, and French revolutions challenged the social and political privileges enjoyed by the aristocrats. During the French Revolution, the middle classes, peasants and artisans fought against the special rights enjoyed by the clergy and the nobility. They believed that no group in society should have privileges based on birth. Rather, people's social position must depend on merit. The philosophers of the French Revolution suggested that there be equal laws and opportunities for all. They also held that the authority of the government should come from the people, who must possess the right to participate in its affairs. Movements such as the French and American Revolutions gradually transformed subjects into citizens. The ideas of citizenship, nation-state, and democratic rights took root in India from the late 19th century. Imagine you are a ruler of an 18th-century kingdom. Tell us about the steps you would take to make your position strong in your province, and what opposition or problems you might face while doing so.
Image summary. This is an image of a cartoon woman sitting at a desk with a book and pencil. The woman looks to be thinking or contemplating something. This image is part of a section titled Imagine, which prompts the reader to consider the perspective of a ruler in an 18th-century kingdom and the challenges they might face.
Let's recall. 1. Match the following. Subadar, a revenue farmer; Faujdar, a high noble; Ijradar, provincial governor; Misl, Maratha peasant warriors; Chauth, a Mughal military commander; Kunbis, a band of Sikh warriors; Umara, tax levied by the Marathas. 2. Fill in the blanks. A. Aurangzeb fought a protracted war in the B. Umara and Jagirdars constituted powerful sections of the Mughal. C. Asaf Jah founded the Hyderabad state. In D. The founder of the Awadh state was 3. State whether true or false. A. Nader Shah invaded Bengal. B. Sawai Rajajai Singh was the ruler of Indore. C. Guru Gobind Singh was the 10th guru of the Sikhs. D. Pune became the capital of the Marathas in the 18th century. 4. What were the offices held by Sadat Khan? Subadari Dal Khalsa Misl, Faujdari Ijradari, Chauth Sardish Mukhi. Let's discuss. 5. Why did the Nawabs of Awadh and Bengal try to do away with the Jagirdari system? 6. How were the Sikhs organized in the 18th century? 7. Why did the Marathas want to expand beyond the Deccan? 8. What were the policies adopted by Asaf Jah to strengthen his position? 9. Do you think merchants and bankers today have the kind of influence they had in the 18th century? 10. Did any of the kingdoms mentioned in this chapter develop in your state? If so, in what ways do you think life in the state would have been different in the 18th century from what it is in the 21st century? Let's do. 11. Find out more about the architecture and culture associated with the new courts of any of the following: Awadh, Bengal, or Hyderabad. 12. Collect popular tales about rulers from any one of the following groups of people: the Rajputs, Jats, Sikhs, or Marathas. You have reached the end of the document. Take a look at Maps 1 and 2. Map 1 was made in 1154 CE by the Arab geographer Al-Idrisi. The section reproduced here is a detail of the Indian subcontinent from his larger map of the world. Map 2 was made in the 1720s by a French cartographer. The two maps are quite different even though they are of the same area. In Al-Idrisi's map, South India is where we would expect to find North India, and Sri Lanka is the island at the top. Place names are marked in Arabic, cartographer a person who makes maps, and there are some well-known names like Kannauj in Uttar Pradesh, spelt in the map as Kannauj. Map 2 was made nearly 600 years after Map 1. During this period, information about the subcontinent had changed considerably. This map seems more familiar to us, and the coastal areas in particular are surprisingly detailed. This map was used by European sailors and merchants on their voyages. Look at the areas in the interior of the subcontinent on Map 2. Are they as detailed as those on the coast? Follow the course of the river Ganga and see how it is shown. Why do you think there is a difference in the level of detail and accuracy between the coastal and inland areas in this map? Equally important is the fact that the science of cartography differed in the two periods. When historians read documents, maps, and texts from the past, they have to be sensitive to the different historical backgrounds, the contexts in which information about the past was produced.
Map 1 Summary. The image is a section of a world map created by Al-Idrisi in the 12th century, focusing on the Indian subcontinent from land to sea. The map shows place names marked in Arabic. South India is depicted where North India would typically be found, and Sri Lanka is located at the top. The map differs significantly from later maps of the same region. Map 2 Summary. The image shows a map of the subcontinent from the early 18th century Atlas Nouveau of Guillaume de L'Isle. Information about the subcontinent is considerably different compared to previous maps. This map appears more familiar, with surprisingly detailed coastal areas. This map was used by European sailors and merchants during their voyages. The interior areas of the subcontinent are not as detailed as the coastal regions. The course of the river Ganga is depicted. There is a difference in the level of detail and accuracy between the coastal and inland areas.
New and old terminologies. If the context in which information is produced changes with time, what about language and meanings? Historical records exist in a variety of languages which have changed considerably over the years. Medieval Persian, for example, is different from modern Persian. The difference is not just with regard to grammar and vocabulary. The meanings of words also change over time. Take the term Hindustan, for example. Today we understand it as India, the modern nation-state. When the term was used in the 13th century by Minhaj-i-Suraj, a chronicler who wrote in Persian, he meant the areas of Punjab, Haryana, and the lands between the Ganga and Yamuna. He used the term in a political sense for lands that were a part of the dominions of the Delhi Sultan. The areas included in this term shifted with the extent of the Sultanate, but the term never included South India. By contrast, in the early 16th century, Babur used Hindustan to describe the geography, the fauna, and the culture of the inhabitants of the subcontinent. As we will see later in the chapter, this was somewhat similar to the way the 14th century poet Amir Khusrau used the word Hind. While the idea of a geographical and cultural entity like India did exist, the term Hindustan did not carry the political and national meanings which we associate with it today. Historians today have to be careful about the terms they use because they meant different things in the past. Take, for example, a simple term like foreigner. It is used today to mean someone who is not an Indian. Can you think of any other words whose meanings change in different contexts? In the medieval period, a foreigner was any stranger who appeared, say, in a given village, someone who was not a part of that society or culture. In Hindi, the term Pardesi might be used to describe such a person, and in Persian, ajnabi. A city dweller, therefore, might have regarded a forest dweller as a foreigner, but two peasants living in the same village were not foreigners to each other, even though they may have had different religious or caste backgrounds. Historians and their sources. Historians use different types of sources to learn about the past, depending upon the period of their study and the nature of their investigation. Last year, for example, you read about rulers of the Gupta dynasty and Harshavardhana. In this book, we will read about the following 1,000 years, from roughly 700 to 1750. You will notice some continuity in the sources used by historians for the study of this period. They still rely on coins, inscriptions, architecture, and textual records for information. But there is also considerable discontinuity. The number and variety of textual records increased dramatically during this period. They slowly displaced other types of available information. Through this period, paper gradually became cheaper and more. The value of paper. Compare the following. 1. In the middle of the 13th century, a scholar wanted to copy a book, but he did not have enough paper. So he washed the writing off a manuscript he did not want, dried the paper, and used it. 2. A century later, if you bought some food in the market, you could be lucky and have the shopkeeper wrap it for you in some paper. When was paper more expensive and easily available? In the 13th or the 14th century? Widely available. People used it to write holy texts, chronicles of rulers, letters and teachings of saints, petitions and judicial records, and for registers of accounts and taxes. Manuscripts were collected by wealthy people, rulers, monasteries, and temples. They were placed in libraries and archives. These manuscripts and documents provide a lot of detailed information to historians, but they are also difficult to use. There was no printing press in those days, so scribes copied manuscripts by hand. If you have ever copied a friend's homework, you would know that this is not a simple exercise. Sometimes you cannot read your friend's handwriting and are forced to guess what is written. As a result, there are small but significant differences in your copy of your friend's work. Manuscript copying is somewhat similar. As scribes copied manuscripts, they also introduced small changes, a word here, a sentence there. These small differences grew over centuries of copying until manuscripts of the same text became substantially different from one another. This is a serious problem because we rarely find the original manuscript of the author today. We are totally dependent upon the copies made by later scribes. As a result, historians have to read different manuscript versions of the same text to guess what the author had originally written. On occasion, authors revise their chronicles at different times. The 14th century chronicler Ziyad Barani wrote his chronicle first in 1356 and another version 2 years later. The two differ from each other, but historians did not know about the existence of the first version until the 1960s. It remained lost in large library collections.
Image summary. The image shows an example of dense and difficult handwriting. This suggests that different handwriting styles can make reading Persian and Arabic challenging. Some styles are more cursive and relatively easier to read, while others are denser and harder to decipher.
New social and political groups. The study of the 1,000 years between 700 and 1750 is a huge challenge to historians largely because of the scale and variety of developments that occurred over the period. At different moments in this period, new technologies made their appearance, like the Persian wheel in irrigation, the spinning wheel in weaving, and firearms in combat. New foods and beverages arrived in the subcontinent: potatoes, corn, chilies, tea, and coffee. Remember that all these innovations, new technologies, and crops came along with people who brought other ideas with them as well. As a result, this was a period of economic, political, social, and cultural changes. You will learn about some of these changes in Chapter 5. This was also a period of great mobility. Groups of people traveled long distances in search of opportunity. The subcontinent held immense wealth and the possibilities for people to carve a fortune. One group of people who became important in this period were the Rajputs, a name derived from Rajaputra, the son of a ruler. Between the 8th and 14th centuries, the term was applied more generally to a group of warriors who claimed Kshatriya caste status. Habitat refers to the environment of a region and the social and economic lifestyle of its residents. Of the technological, economic, social, and cultural changes described in this section, which do you think were most significant in the town or village in which you live? The term included not just rulers and chieftains, but also soldiers and commanders who served in the armies of different monarchs all over the subcontinent. A chivalric code of conduct, extreme valor, and a great sense of loyalty were the qualities attributed to Rajputs by their poets and bards. Other groups of people, such as the Marathas, Sikhs, Jats, Ahims, and Kayasthas, a caste of scribes and secretaries, also used the opportunities of the age to become politically important. Throughout this period, there was a gradual clearing of forests and the extension of agriculture, a change faster and more complete in some areas than in others. Changes in their habitat forced many forest dwellers to migrate. Others started tilling the land and became peasants. These new peasant groups gradually began to be influenced by regional markets, chieftains, priests, monasteries, and temples. They became a part of large, complex societies, and were required to pay taxes and offer goods and services to local lords. As a result, significant economic and social differences emerged amongst peasants. Some possessed more productive land, others also kept cattle, and some combined artisanal work with agricultural activity during the lean season. As society became more differentiated, people were grouped into jatis or subcastes and ranked on the basis of their backgrounds and their occupations. Ranks were not fixed permanently and varied according to the power, influence, and resources controlled by members of the jati. The status of the same jati could vary from area to area. Jatis framed their own rules and regulations to manage the conduct of their members. These regulations were enforced by an assembly of elders, described in some areas as the jati panchayat, but jatis were also required to follow the rules of their villages. Several villages were governed by a chieftain. Together, they were only one small unit of a state.
Figure 3 summary. This is an image of a Persian wheel. The Persian wheel was a new technology introduced during the period between 700 and 1750. This technology was used for irrigation purposes. The image shows the structure of the wheel.
Region and empire. Region and empire. Large states like those of the Cholas, Chapter 2, Tughlaqs, Chapter 3, or Mughals, Chapter 4, encompassed many regions. A Sanskrit prashasti, see Chapter 2, for an example of a prashasti, praising the Delhi Sultan Ghiyasuddin Balban, 1266–1287, explained that he was the ruler of a vast empire that stretched from Bengal, Gauda in the east to Ghazni, Gajana in Afghanistan in the west, and included all of South India, Dravida. People of different regions, Gauda, Andhra, Kerala, Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Gujarat, apparently fled before his armies. Historians, why do you think rulers made such claims, regard these as exaggerated claims of conquests. At the same time, they try to understand why rulers kept claiming to have control over different parts of the subcontinent. Language and region. In 1318, the poet Amir Khusrau noted that there was a different language in every region of this land. Sindhi, Lahori, Kashmiri, Devar-Samudri in southern Karnataka, Telangani in Andhra Pradesh, Gujari in Gujarat, Mabari in Tamil Nadu, Gori in Bengal, Awadhi in eastern Uttar Pradesh, and Hindawi in the area around Delhi. Amir Khusrau went on to explain that in contrast to these languages, there was Sanskrit which did not belong to any region. It was an old language and common people do not know it, only the Brahmanas do. Make a list of the languages mentioned by Amir Khusrau. Prepare another list of the names of languages spoken today in the regions he mentioned. Underline the names that are similar and circle those that are different. Did you notice that the names by which languages are known have changed over time? By 700, many regions already possessed distinct geographical dimensions and their own language and cultural characteristics. You will learn more about these in Chapter 7. They were also associated with specific ruling dynasties. There was considerable conflict between these states. Occasionally, dynasties like the Cholas, Khaljis, Tughlaqs, and Mughals were able to build an empire that was pan-regional, spanning diverse regions. Not all these empires were equally stable or successful. When the Mughal Empire declined in the 18th century, it led to the reemergence of regional states, Chapter 8. But years of imperial, pan-regional rule had altered the character of the regions. Across most of the subcontinent, the regions were left with the legacies of the big and small states that had ruled over them. This was apparent in the emergence of many distinct and shared traditions. In the realms of governance, the management of the economy, elite cultures, and language. Through the 1,000 years between 700 and 1750, the character of the different regions did not grow in isolation. These regions felt the impact of larger pan-regional forces of integration without ever quite losing their distinctiveness. Old and new religions. The 1,000 years of history that we are exploring witnessed major developments in religious traditions. People's belief in the divine was sometimes deeply personal, but more usually it was collective. Collective belief in a supernatural agency religion was often closely connected with the social and economic organization of local communities. As the social worlds of these groups altered, so too did their beliefs. It was during this period that important changes occurred in what we call Hinduism today. These included the worship of new deities, the construction of temples by royalty, and the growing importance of Brahmanas, the priests, as dominant groups in society. Their knowledge of Sanskrit texts earned the Brahmanas a lot of respect in society. Their dominant position was consolidated by the support of their patrons, new rulers searching for prestige. One of the major developments of this period was the emergence of the idea of bhakti, of a loving, personal deity that devotees could reach without the aid of priests or elaborate rituals. You will be learning about this and other traditions in Chapter 6. Find out whether and for how long your state was a part of these pan-regional empires. Do you remember what Amir Khusrau had to say regarding Sanskrit, knowledge, and Brahmanas? Patron and influential, wealthy individual who supports another person, an artiste, a craftsperson, a learned man, or a noble. This was also the period when new religions appeared in the subcontinent. Merchants and migrants first brought the teachings of the Holy Quran to India in the 7th century. Muslims regard the Quran as their holy book and accept the sovereignty of the one God, Allah, whose love, mercy, and bounty embrace all those who believe in him, without regard to social background. Many rulers were patrons of Islam and the ulama, learned theologians and jurists. And like Hinduism, Islam was interpreted in a variety of ways by its followers. There were the Shia Muslims who believed that the Prophet Muhammad's son-in-law, Ali, was the legitimate leader of the Muslim community, and the Sunni Muslims who accepted the authority of the early leaders, caliphs of the community, and the succeeding caliphs. There were other important differences between the various schools of law, Hanafi and Shafi, mainly in India, and in theology and mystic traditions. Thinking about time and historical periods. Historians do not see time just as a passing of hours, days, or years, as a clock or a calendar. Time also reflects changes in social and economic organization, in the persistence and transformation of ideas and beliefs. The study of time is made somewhat easier by dividing the past into large segments periods that possess shared characteristics. In the middle of the 19th century, British historians divided the history of India into 3 periods: Hindu, Muslim, and British. This division was based on the idea that the religion of rulers was the only important historical change, and that there were no other significant developments in the economy, society, or culture. Such a division also ignored the rich diversity of the subcontinent. Few historians follow this periodization today. Most look to economic and social factors to characterize the major elements of different moments of the past. The histories you read last year included a wide range of early societies: hunter-gatherers, early farmers, people living in towns and villages, and early empires and kingdoms. The histories you will be studying this year are often described as medieval. You will find out more about the spread of peasant societies, the rise of regional and imperial state formations, sometimes at the cost of pastoral and forest people, the development of Hinduism and Islam as major religions, and the arrival of European trading companies. These 1,000 years of Indian history witnessed considerable change. After all, the 16th and 18th centuries were quite different from the 8th or the 11th. Therefore, describing the entire period as one historical unit is not without its problems. Moreover, the medieval period is often contrasted with the modern period. Modernity carries with it a sense of material progress and intellectual advancement. This seems to suggest that the medieval period was lacking in any change whatsoever. But of course, we know this was not the case. During these 1,000 years, the societies of the subcontinent were transformed often, and economies in several regions reached a level of prosperity that attracted the interest of European trading companies. As you read this book, look out for signs of change and the historical processes at work. Also, whenever you can, compare what you read in this book with what you read last year. Look out for changes and continuities wherever you can, and look at the world around you to see what else has changed or remained the same. Imagine you are a historian. Choose one of the themes mentioned in this chapter, such as economic, social, or political history, and discuss why you think it would be interesting to find out the history of that theme. Let's recall. 1. Who was considered a foreigner in the past? 2. State whether true or false. Manuscript Jadi region periodization. A. We do not find inscriptions for the period after 700. B. The Marathas asserted their political importance during this period. C. Forest dwellers were sometimes pushed out of their lands with the spread of agricultural settlements. D. Sultan Ghiyasuddin Balban controlled Assam, Manipur, and Kashmir. 3. Fill in the blanks. A. Archives are places where are kept. B. Was a 14th century chronicler. C. And were some of the new crops introduced into the subcontinent during this period. 4. List some of the technological changes associated with this period. 5. What were some of the major religious developments during this period? Let's understand. 6. In what ways has the meaning of the term Hindustan changed over the centuries? 7. How were the affairs of Jadis regulated? 8. What does the term pan-regional empire mean? Let's discuss. 9. What are the difficulties historians face in using manuscripts? 10. How do historians divide the past into periods? Do they face any problems in doing so? Let's do. 11. Compare either Map 1 or Map 2 with the present-day map of the subcontinent, listing as many similarities and differences as you can find. 12. Find out where records are kept in your village or city. Who writes these records? Is there an archive? Who manages it? What kinds of documents are stored there? Who are the people who use it? You have reached the end of the paper.